Good morning, Tiny Bob. What's up? Welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Closing argument day. Closing argument day. I love closing arguments as an attorney. I just find them to be utterly fascinating, and I love watching them. I love all the different styles. I love to watch how attorneys sum up their cases. It's one of my favorite things. And it always means it's the end of a case. And this has been a hell of a case. It's been a hell of a case. I am more than ready for today. Had a great interview with Mark last night. If you guys didn't see it, Betterell was here. Spent a couple hours with us, and it was a banger. It was a banger, as it always is with him. So I'm ready. Y'all ready? I'm gonna have to get a poll up immediately. Immediate poll. I have a feeling I'm gonna do a few different polls today. Let's see here. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna pull up the first poll. Allie will be joining us imminently. But let me get a poll started here. Okay, and you have to read my polls carefully, all right? I think people sometimes don't read thoroughly and they just answer. Okay. So, pre-closing poll. All right. And this first poll is going to be, and I'm always asking not what you think is going to happen, but what you think the jury's going to do. Okay. All right. Okay. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay. Okay, what? I'm creating a poll. Okay. Okay. All right. That poll is up. Okay. This is, what do you think pre-closing arguments? What do you think the jury will do? Now, this case in particular, I think that the only hope that Hank Brennan has is if he could pull something out of his ass to maybe get a person over to guilty. And I say a person. So like most cases, I typically feel that the jury has long in their own minds reached a verdict or have a pretty strong feeling about how they feel about the case going into deliberations,
Check.
going into closing arguments. And initially
Check.
I thought this case was that's got to be Boston 10. Initially I thought that
You are unmuted.
Look at that. Wow. Somebody's excited that the trial's almost over because she almost started on time for a change.
No, we'll be maybe seated.
Jurors on their way?
No, we need to be heard, unfortunately.
Okay, come over to side.
Oh,
please.
God.
The jurors are on their way.
He starts already. He starts already. Unfortunately, we have to be heard. It sounds like some heavy duty Hank sniveling. That's what that sounds like. Yeah, last night with Betero, we broke 50K. Thank you all so much. It's all you guys. It's all you guys. I say it at the end of every live. Without y'all, I'm just an old man talking about cases. And it's so true. So true. So thank you. Thank you all for subbing, for trusting in us, for enjoying us enough to come back day after day. Means the world to Allie and I. It really does. I'm going to think of something cool to do. Some kind of awesome 50K giveaway. And I'll figure it out maybe I'll figure it out today while we're living. But I'm going to do something to celebrate it, to celebrate you guys, because we're so grateful to all of you. It's just wonderful. Just wonderful. When I started this thing, like, I think it's been just over 2 years now. We started it, and I really did start it just to promote the podcast, which I don't think I do enough. But I grew to really love YouTube. I enjoyed doing this so much, and what makes it even more enjoyable is, whoa, whoa, that was ballsy. My beautiful and brilliant co-host just floated by. Why? I'm not going to give any more details, but you know, like, just thinking that I'd promote the pod, and ultimately I ended up loving doing this. It's so much fun. I really enjoy it. I love doing the trial watch with you guys. I think it's fascinating. I think in every trial is fascinating. It doesn't have to be a high profile case for it to be a fascinating trial. You love watching the human condition on trial. I mean, that's what it is. What trials are. They're all fascinating. But when we're all invested in a trial, it's a different thing, right? I mean, it's a very different thing because we feel it. We feel it in a different way. All right, so what's going on now? I mean, so we've got a pending curative instruction that we need to hear from Canoni on. I don't know why she's standing. It's making me nervous. But I'm dying to know what's going on here. So yeah, I am very, very, very highly anticipating these closing arguments. It's like I was saying with Mark last night. Wow. Here we go. Here we go. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was.
We're supposed to start early.
I've got it up. They came out almost on time, and then they didn't. Hank said, unfortunately, we have to talk to the court. Yeah, well, all right. Gives us a few minutes to chat anyway. So, you know, it's like I'm excited for Jackson's closing in a much different way than I'm excited to see what Hank's going to try to do. Very different things. Very different things. One, I'm watching because I love Jackson's craftsmanship, his orating skills. I love the way he inflects his voice. He's just a very compelling speaker. And we know that he's going to be hyper prepared for this. You know, we were talking about it on the live last night. It's like he's had a storied career, you know, and when things like this are happening to a lawyer in their career, it kind of it all seems like it all leads up to this, and as an attorney, when you're giving a closing or preparing mentally to give a closing in a trial like this, everything's going through your mind. You're trying to get your closing locked down, concepts locked down, arguments locked down, and all the while you feel the weight of the world on your shoulders because there's so much at stake. So you're really feeling all of it. There's just there's no other job on the planet like it. There just isn't. There's lots of important jobs out there. That really are. I always start with teachers. To me, the most important profession are teachers, those who are teaching our youth and who are trying to line us up to succeed as a country with future generations. I just think it's the absolute most important profession that gets overlooked and underpaid for just exactly how important that profession is. And then obviously, physicians and lawyers, but in terms of keeping our country afloat on the day to day, it's lawyers, you know, especially the ones that practice criminal law. I mean, it's the difference between complete civil unrest, chaos, and a civilized society. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You don't have to tell me, Darlene. My son's a firefighter, so I'm a big fan of first responders. 100%. Big time. Big time fan. Absolutely love first responders. Yeah, public defenders, no question. I mean, they're in there. They're in there getting paid shit, overworked, understaffed, and they're in there fighting every day. The PDs. My dad was a public defender for 15 years. It's a tough gig. It's a tough gig. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward to Allen's for those reasons. And for Brennan's, I'm fascinated to see what he's gonna do. It's like he had this dumpster fire of a case that just caught fire, full blown blaze during the defense's case in chief. And I'm dying to see what he's gonna say, what he's gonna do to try to resurrect that thing, man. It's like from a purely educational standpoint, I want I want to watch and see what he's gonna do. He did not sleep last night, and if he did, it wasn't well. And Alan didn't either. You just don't sleep. You don't get a good night's sleep leading into closings like this. You just don't. Your mind is racing. So, you're thinking about everything. Yeah, that's a pretty good prediction, Marissa. Gaslighting. We can definitely expect some gaslighting. Let's see. Shiloh, I'm going to send you a link if you can jump on today. Kill some time with us. I'm going to also send Josh a link. See if he can. Camilla, they came out. They were out. I was all excited. It was like 3 minutes after she said they were going to start. So I was applauding her. Oh, you're telling your time today. And then they left. Hank said, unfortunately, we have to discuss something with the court. They sidebod, and then off they went. Off they went. Oh, let me take this banner, this media asset off. What's this one? Should we stick to little Bob Alessi? Put that guy up there for good luck. Should we do with Bob or without Bob? With Bob? Without Bob? Bobless? Bob full? Bobless? Bob full. Let's go Bob full. All right. That is the choice. Now, if Bob gets in the way of the closings, you guys tell me to lose Bob. I'll lose Bob. All right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course. Of course. I adore teachers. Truly do. I truly, truly do. It's like if you have kids and you're lucky enough for your kid to get a great teacher, you see how important it is, you know, and you hear it from your child, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah, me too. I do too. And everything's wrapped around it. Funding, standardized testing, and it's bullshit. It's like I don't want to get into some kind of esoteric conversation about how we choose to educate our kids in this country, but every human being learns differently. There can be no one way to teach all the children. I mean, it's just not going to be effective for every kid. Ah, ah. There's my beautiful and brilliant co-host. Good morning.
Hey, babe. Hey, all.
Hi, honey.
Hi. So it was great last night how I had one of my heat flashes.
It just looked like you
Like
put a lot of
10,000
rouge
people.
on. Looked
Well,
like you.
until you pointed it out. No, I saw it coming. I saw it.
I saw you're doing that thing when your cheeks were getting like I didn't really notice until you started doing that because I know when you do that you went flush for some reason. And then I noticed it. I'm like, oh, she's flush. She's flush in the cheeks. So I threw a poll up, babe. We've got a poll early. So it's pre-closing argument verdict. What will the jury decide? We've got 713 votes in currently. Not guilty, 95%, guilty 5. So that's where we're at.
So you just did not guilty and guilty, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else could I do?
I don't know. Sometimes you stick in hung jury, which I don't.
No, that's not when I'm asking what will the jury can't decide to be a hung jury.
Right. No, I get it.
Yeah. That I will add that if it gets deep into deliberations, and then I'll put something like, what do you think the outcome will be? That's a different question. Words matter. Words matter. But I was saying,
facts matter. Well, I said details. So,
details.
Well, in details, they matter, don't they? Well, I pretty much just fucking said that, Jagoff.
Oh, she comes in hot.
I mean, he's just so, oh God. And this was like, you guys
Yet
remember.
I'm dying to watch his closing.
Guys, remember, I'm always
as
like,
much as he bugs the shit out of me, I cannot wait to watch his closing. It's like
no, you're
weird.
Right.
It's weird. It's like it is
a train wreck.
It really is. It's like I can't wait to watch these closings. It's highly anticipated. I'm like, it sounds terrible to say this, but I'm sad the trial's ending, but for Karen and the family's sake, I mean, obviously I'm thrilled, but like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do when it's over? I have to find another trial.
By the way, Givi's comment.
Did you catch it, Bev? Bev denied motion to ensure transparency and alternate juror selection. I did not see that. Were there some orders that dropped this morning?
I got to look into it. I have to say, people, prednisone, which helps reduce the stressing, the inflammation, has definitely helped relieve my a lot of my shoulder pain. It's brought it down tremendously.
That is excellent news.
Mm-hmm.
That is excellent news. Yeah.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Take with food. That's why I was behind. I took another. I had a half of a
granola bar.
Yes.
Yeah, they're good and good for you.
I took 5 Advil on an empty stomach. Wedding weekend. My Lord, it was not pretty.
Bad idea. To go down. Yeah.
So I'm not messing around. I'm not messing about when it says take with food.
Yeah, that was you had an ugly reaction to that. Everybody's like, wait, you took 5 Advil? No wonder you feel sick.
I mean, the pain was bad. I had to power through.
Yeah. Oh, Jane says, hi. Hi, peeps. Bob and Mods. Bob is just a distractor. Remove him, please. And then laughy face. Yep, we saw that. We saw that. I was confused as to which trial it was. I didn't know it was the Gaetano one. Like that one, I was pretty confident that
Well, we watched it for a little bit, and the statute in Massachusetts, it's like they were arguing there's no mens rea, there's no intent. All he has to do is be aware. But then they added, and he had to, have reason to know she'd be in the area. I was like, well, there's your downfall.
yeah. True story.
So did you see Mama 2SL?
I did. I
Congratulations.
gave the love. I gave the love. You should give some love too, and thank all of our beautiful humans that got us to 50K.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Oh, wonderful. Ali almost didn't acknowledge it because she's so obsessed with 100K.
No, I did. That's crazy. I saw it
kidding.
before you did last night, and I was like grinning ear to ear. And then I'm like, all right, we'll just wait because Bob has not seen this yet. So we'll wait till Mark gets off. I'm convinced that 50 makes a huge difference as far as getting 100. So
I agree.
who wants to stop at 100? 200.
All right, so help me because I had an idea, or I want to come up with an idea for 50K giveaway, like a little celebration giveaway. So think on it. Think of a concept. Think of something we can do. Something
Where
special we can do.
it's like people get on a wheel and then they win something, but
I
without.
mean, not necessarily. It could be that. It could, like, let's get creative. Let's use our brains and figure out something fun to do, something that we can do that will be exciting and celebrate this big landmark for us with the people that we love. So think on it. I want to be thinking on it. If you guys have any
Too bad
concepts,
we can't have like a dance party because we can't play music.
I know we'd so much have a dance party,
Yeah.
a funk dance party at that.
Well, can we? And it's just like
We
not
can't on Kick.
monetized, or they just can't. We can't do it. Period.
Nah, we got to do it on Kick. Like Kick, that's what Steve's always on, publicly buzzed, and you could do anything over there. It's a free for all. He watches movies, has dance parties, It's the wild, wild west over on Kick. You know what I mean? All right, so we got some movement.
So did Alessi really make the muscles? Like, is that really
Yeah.
Alessi's muscles? Those are Alessi's muscles.
Yeah, there was a picture with Bob, Will, the Glarer, and I thought there was
Shut
one
up.
other. Yeah, where they're on
That's
the
a
stairs.
real picture.
Yes, they were all flexing, like Will and Bob, and I thought there was a third person flexing. But yes, it's a real picture. 67.
Those are his real muscles.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look like, yo. That's why I do all the push-ups, so I look like that for you when I'm 67 years old. The guns of Navarone.
Wow.
See? Yes, there will always be another trial when he's mom. That is very true.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got.
We'll keep going through the supers. Yeah.
Yeah. What if Hank pulls a stunt during closing argument? Can they ask for this mystery? Yeah, I mean, if somebody absolutely fucks up during closing argument and says something that's verboten, completely forbidden, yeah, you can jump up and say mistrial, of course.
Right, but the judge is usually going to just right away be like, "That's inappropriate. That's
Right.
stricken. He shouldn't have said that." Give some really strong,
Oh, Crystal, I didn't get my birthday song yesterday.
Oh.
Well, all right. You want to say, can we try it, or are you just so opposed to us doing it at the same time?
I mean, we'll try. I've never had us have this much difficulty. We do
it's because
they're calls.
you know why it is.
Live.
because we're not actually in sync. We're going through the inner tubes. So like that's why you got to do the clap thing. It's like when we have to line up sound. Like so there's a little bit of a delay. That's why we're not right on time with one another. Like when we do it in real life, we're always pretty much spot on.
Yeah.
You do complain that I either go too fast or too slow. I can't remember which it is. All right, ready? Okay, ready?
I forget what you want to do. You're gonna make me go 1, 2, 3,
go.
and go.
Just like rock,
paper, scissors.
shoot.
Okay.
Right? We had this conversation. Like, what were we watching where they were doing it wrong? They were going on the
but that was rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Right. I know how to do rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, well, just pretend like it's 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I wanted you to stop.
Listen, man, you slow down after the first verse, and I don't understand it.
All right, I'm
It's
gonna
like you're trying to turn it into...
I'm playing it. We're gonna just see. Here we go.
Wait, play it off so we don't get a thing. Mute. I'm muting you. Allie thinks that I go too fast with it. But
Mandy can pull it later. I'm playing it for the people, and then Mandy can...
Wait, you can't play it for the people.
I can because Mandy has some magic way of getting rid of it before we go.
Wait, why are you going to create more work for Mandy?
Okay, fine.
Yeah, don't do that.
Sorry, Mandy. That was mean of me.
Yeah, just listen to it. I'll believe you. You got to get deep into the song. I'm muting you again.
Go for it.
All right. But happy birthday, Crystal. For that was our disjointed happy birthday singing to you, but it came from the heart, which is all that matters. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Itch, please free Karen Reed. I can't imagine her being found guilty. Good morning, fam. Good morning, Itch, and thank you. Family hug to you, Melissa Filson. Seems like you've been a member. Did you re-up? I know I've been seeing you. I've been seeing you a lot for a minute in the chats. So happy to have you. Oh, there she goes. She's getting down. How cute is that? Hey. She's so adorable. Okay. LA and LA.
I think I'm doing it perfectly.
Watching you dance on mute. That was the cutest thing. On the ball, no less. It was adorable. So who was right?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Fast.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Yeah, it's a little fast.
Hey.
You are unmuted.
All right, let's go. Let's put all the nonsense behind. See what's up.
See that flash drive.
Is this law? You think it's law in LA or LA in LA?
I think it's LA and LA. Law in LA.
Law in LA. Should AJ Cannon first state that they didn't?
All right, so why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar? Get my computer up.
Oh my God.
Didn't they just do a sidebar?
They've done sidebars and then off bars and then auto bars and then off. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Should AJ can infer / state they didn't get into John O'Keefe's entering the house, etc., because Wanky Hanky didn't call Proctor or McAlberts, even exploit the fact. May throw Wank off a little bit, needing to respond in his closings. Yes, they could do something like that. We talked about that last night too. You know, like we decided we didn't need to call him. They didn't call him. They wanted to focus on the science and the data. You know what? That's what we did.
Yeah. Thank you. I was going to make a clip or a bunch of clips. I was going to make like a short
saying things.
Yeah. Of me like begging for this. You know, it's true. This is exactly how I would have been fighting to try this case. Because you were always like, but we need some of the conspiracy shit in there, you know, which because I can't disagree with the concept that it's important to give the jury another person to point the finger at, or persons, I can't argue with that concept. But in a case where it's as simple as, was John O'Keefe struck by the vehicle or wasn't he? I
They're
don't know.
all trying to hear. They're like, what are they saying over there? Everybody put your ear that way.
Yeah, there's the O'Keefes. All right. So thank you.
Is that the
Wow.
husband or the father?
I think so. He doesn't come every day.
I know.
Maureen Murphy, thank you for your honest
Unfiltered.
unfiltered commentary. Let's hope today is a day of celebration. Free Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe. Here. Thank you, Maureen.
Yes.
Crystal, my daughter is a third grade teacher. Love that.
All right, wait. I'm sorry to cut in. And yes, congratulations, Crystal. We love that too. We're gonna do the 15 minutes with any $50 what do you call that, donation or whatever, and they
Yeah.
can either choose to do it on air or through a voicemail.
I think they should do it on air.
I do too, but for
I mean,
people that are afraid, I mean, they
come
don't,
on down.
a 15-minute
Price is right.
voicemail is not happening, but you can
A 15-minute voicemail.
no,
I
right,
mean,
that's not happening, but you can say what you want on voicemail and we'll play it on the live Verdict Watch, or you can just come on with us for Verdict Watch.
and hang. Come and hang.
Come and
Nina
hang.
B, $20 holla. Happy 50K. Congrats. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Nina. Thank you so much for your generosity and, more importantly, your support.
You got to make a post of that, babe, like a comment, and then tag it so it's at the top.
What? Where?
$50 gets you on air.
I don't know
During
how to do that.
Well, you make a you make a comment, and you tag your comment to the top.
How do you do that? I don't know how to do that.
I think you have to do it from.
Is that a real thing?
Right, but I think you have to do it from YouTube.
From the tubes?
I think so.
I'm trying to see who made it in for closings. I see Matt Johnson back there.
You see Aiden?
No, I don't see Aiden. Yeah. I don't see any of the McAlberts in the gallery. Stark contrast to last trial. Thank you so much, Nina. Jim. Family hug. Welcome, Jim.
Welcome.
Love having you over here. Rachel.
Nice.
Family hug.
Hey,
Rachel. Members.
Love
the
it.
The members. Welcome, Rachel.
Member Live this weekend. So also all the members, you get to leave a voicemail for free that gets played on our members only live.
And we listen to them. It's awesome. We love it. We love it. They're great. Everybody loves it. It's fun. Ask anybody who's a member who comes. They'll tell you. Don't believe us. Believe them.
Watch out for that grin for me because he can get on fire.
Mia Bito, member 14 months.
You didn't highlight it.
It's last trial. We love you, Mia. Babe, finger off the trigger, girl. Here since last trial, XOXO. And we love you, Mia.
Yes, thanks for your continued support.
Absolutely.
You, my brown-eyed girl.
Brown-eyed girl, 174 or 714. Yeah. Is it true Bev denied the defense request for transparency with alternate jury selection? So we're hearing. I have not seen the order.
Check your email or do something. No things.
Yes, ma'am.
No things, sir. I'll continue with this.
I mean, one thing I could tell you is when Tracy finds it, she'll send it. I haven't seen anything yet.
OU 812-181B. For the curse jar, curse away, you guys.
Chew your foul mouths and
I
bad
mean,
attitudes.
we were talking about YouTube in front of my parents. I was like, "Oh no, Dad can't watch YouTube. Just listen to the pod." Because my dad, he still gets upset about foul language, and Bob Senior's like, "Allison, who are you yelling at in the mornings? Fuck this and fuck you and what's happening?" I was like, "Oh, that's us on. I'm yelling at the public."
We're yelling at lawyers. See, here's the funny thing about being law tubers is that this is the shit that we would love to actually say to other lawyers if we could in a courtroom, but of course you cannot. You have to maintain decorum and civility and all that shit.
No
So
objection, fuckface in the courtroom.
there's no objection, fuckface. This is like fantasy world if we were in court and could say what was really on our mind. Let's see. Well, closing. Did you read this one, Bay?
I'm going to. You're learning things now. And
There's nothing. I'm not learning anything.
Check the interwebs.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not doing that.
Lord.
You can read that though. If you're just trying to read the comments, you don't need to send me off on some kind of task.
No, I really wanted you to
I want you to look for it. How about them apples? You're the research maven. The maven of research.
But when the people want to know something, Tracy sent us something.
Oh,
here it is. Thanks, Trace. All right, it's short, so I'll just read it. Defendant's motion to ensure transparency in alternate juror selection process. Now comes the defendant buying through, blah, blah, blah. All right. And they move the court to adopt a fair and transparent process for the designation of alternate jurors in this matter. To that end, Ms. Reed submits the following motion and a proposed procedure for court consideration. In support of its motion, Karen Reed states 1. The right to a fair and impartial jury is protected by the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution by Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. The selection and seating of jurors, including alternates, is integral to safeguarding a defendant's constitutional right to due process and the right to trial by jury. Ambiguity in the alternate juror selection process could undermine the integrity of the entire trial. Accordingly, the defendant respectfully requests that this court issue an order setting forth the method by which alternate jurors will be identified. The defendant further moves this court to allow the defendant to have input prior to the selection of the foreperson. Signed at the bottom, denied. B. Canoni, 6/13/25.
Denied.
So yes, that is true. And Tracy, thank you. Thank you very much.
Per usual.
Amazing.
The amazing Tracy.
The amazing Tracy.
Digging up the orders, digging up the motions, digging up all the filings. She's Tracy. Yeah. I made that song for you, Trace.
Bob loves making up a little ditty.
I am a ditty guy. I like to make up jingles. Boris, coming in hot. Boris, you were on fire last night too. Gifting all the DD memberships. We always love that. Thank you. So much, Boris. We appreciate it so much. And all the people that get gifted memberships are super. Like, that is the gift that keeps on giving. So you're awesome, Boris. Thank you. Amanda, hope for the acquittal for Father's Day for Papa Reed. Hell, yes.
Yes.
I mean, there is nothing, if you are a parent, there's nothing more torturous than watching your child go through something awful.
No plans have been made for Father's Day, babe.
We've got softball all day, dude.
I know, but we should have something planned for him.
All I want is hugs and kisses from my family. You know that. That's all I care about. As long as we're together.
Get everyone to come to the
it sounds like we're gonna get some grandbaby action. It sounds like they're gonna bring the baby to the Schaumburg games. So that'll be
Scarlett's
nice.
birthday.
I know.
So we'll celebrate both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certain.
The 1-3.
I know.
1-3.
I feel guilty. I don't want to like steal any of her birthday thunder because 13 turning into a teenager is a big birthday.
Big birthday.
Which, by the way, she has not told us like a gift concept of what she wants, which is making me nervous seeing that it's just a couple of days away.
Slacking big time. Big
Slackers.
time.
Slackers. Yeah, so no, I absolutely agree with that sentiment, Amanda.
Wow, what the hell is going on in this courtroom?
I mean, some shit. I don't know what they're
Brennan's
doing.
like, well, I think I'm gonna have to step aside because I've done some really wrong shit here.
Judge, I think we need to do a redo because I got fucked up on the law, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's not what's happening over there, guys.
That's not what's happening over there. E. Ray, my Irish Terrier looks cute in her free Karen Reed bandana today. Aw, post a pic in the community page for God's sakes. That's why one of the reasons we have that thing there. Nurse here, Allie. The prednisone can cause you to feel a little wired, flushed, and hungry. Hang in there, LOL. There you go.
Oh, so maybe that contributed to my.
That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. See, look at that. Takes a village. It takes a village. I love that.
But it has been occasionally happening, like, and I think that I've decided it's my what is it? My version of heat flashes. Because I don't really get a heat flash, but I get these red cheeks. But yeah, I didn't know that was a thing with the prednisone.
Oh, wait. Okay. So we got some Venmos. Meg P, Ride or Die Mod, longtime OG member of the channel, sent us 50 via Venmo. Congrats on the 50K. It's well deserved. Thank you, Meg. We seriously couldn't have done it without you. Thank you for your continued generosity. And Piccolo paid us 50 for 50K subs. Thank you, Aaron.
And sure as shit, better get her ass on a live. Better get her ass on.
And by the way, Meg, I know you gifted your winning wheel shirt. And Anne has one. They're being printed, and they usually say 3 to 4 weeks on those things, just to give you guys updates on your shirts. Because Tracy was poking around. Same with Kai. I know everybody's like, and Kai's was pretty recently, but they'll get there. They'll get there. That's what happens when you do it on demand. But for me, not having to go to the post office, where it would probably take me months, it's better to have the on demand because the Bonfire sends it directly to the people once they get them printed. So thank you so much, Anne. And then Aaron, I did get your email yesterday regarding the candles. I would love that. I mean, I want some just for myself, so I definitely want to take you up on that. But Aaron was talking about doing like a special DD scented candle. What would our scent be? Armpit? Oh, I got nothing from Allie for my little joke. Nothing.
Wait, sorry, I was reading stuff from.
But at any rate, I was kidding. So we would love that. And a huge congrats on 50K. You guys earn it every day. And I did check your email. Thank you. I'll reach back out to you via email. We'll connect on that.
Wait, I don't know where you're at because you're not highlighting them. Were you still at this one? What did you just read?
Wait, no, I was reading Venmos.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Co-Mama 23, Hank Brennan, counselor of Calamity, Esquire.
Last night, Pammy sent us 50 via Cash App in honor of 50K. We love you, Pammy. Thank you.
That's very sweet.
She's the sweetest. And Pammy, your shirt's coming too. It's like Ride or Dies, like Pammy and Meg. It's always, not that I don't like when everybody wins, but when it's been long time supporters, it's like I love seeing them get the merch. Hank Brennan, counselor of Calamity. ESQ. Do you know there used to be a thing? I wonder if they like got rid of the. You remember? I remembered somebody telling me one time that female lawyers were not allowed to use Esquire. Do you remember hearing that bullshit?
Yeah, that was a thing.
I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, what?
That Esquires for
Dare
male.
you, sir? I'm like, that's some old white dude shit right there. Like, only men can be Esquires. Women couldn't possibly be. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Oh, thank you, Komama. Is that? I'm assuming that's Colorado, Mama.
Could be.
Yes,
It could be Colorado Mama, but it could be.
I would
Mama.
hazard to guess that the capped CO is Colorado Mama.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, makes more sense like that, I guess.
Defense
Mama
attorney-
should probably put a dash. CO dash Mama.
Oh, sorry. I have two things. Why did Bev make Alessi hold the Shakir? What's the SHI? I'm not getting the context
Like
clues.
the whole thing about the curating instruction.
Oh, when it was Brennan's BS. Oh, so right. Well, because you're asking the court to make an instruction that clears up his fuck up. You know what I mean? It's like I hear what you're saying, but it wouldn't be Brennan saying, "Hey, I made a terrible mistake here. I completely misled the jury. Can you give them an instruction to let them know that I was trying to hoodwink them?" Like,
Well, I know, but she was like, "All right, we'll deal with it at the conference thing." Like she didn't want to deal with it right then. She was like, "We'll wait."
all I know is the jury's sitting back there like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's go." I mean, the jury, like, it was so discombobulated how this trial, like the close of evidence ended. It really was. Like, I couldn't hear it. I didn't even hear her say the proofs are closed. Like, I didn't hear the whole thing with Hank saying I'm waiving rebuttal. Like,
Well, that you were looking down for.
okay, well, I mean, I could be looking down and still hear things.
Well, he said it. I heard, but
You had to rewind it though. It was very my point.
No, I rewound it to hear Alan Jackson say the defense rests.
Which was also very like muffled. It was like my point being, I just don't like the jury's clear that the trial, the proofs aspect of it is over, right? They know because they weren't in court yesterday. The jury had the day
I think
off.
that they got that call, and I don't know if that call explained it to them or if it just said they might do it in open court right before they, go to the instructions.
And continuing with Meows, and why could Brennan ask experts questions that he would have disqualified them from giving testimony?
He asked a bunch of shit he shouldn't have been allowed to ask.
I mean, that's what he does. I don't know what he does. I don't know why he's doing it. Like the guy just he's a fucking hoodlum. I mean, he's in there. He's like a bare knuckled like street fighter who just fights dirty. Like he's that guy. He's got like he's got brass knuckles on one fist, and he's got like a key sticking through the fingers of his other fist. He's a dirty fighter. David James, and thank you, Meow. Boston is packed full of doctors and technical people. If the jury has even one of these types, there is no way that she'll be found guilty. Hope you're right.
Yep.
Hope you're right, my friend. Hope you're right. Crystal. Oh my God, I loved it. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Crystal.
Happy birthday, Crystal. Bougie Owl. Who? Congrats on 50K. Sending love from Colorado. Happy Friday. Thank you, Bougie.
We love Colorado too.
We do love Colorado.
I tried to get the whole family to move there before Brian had his firehouse. That's our son. But
Allie's brother lives there in Boulder.
yes.
So thank you so much.
The Denver
Bougie.
music scene.
Woo. Charmaine. Whoa, look at that. Look.
Wow.
Them apples.
OG.
OG.
All right, we better see you on our members only live this weekend.
Hells yeah. Hells yeah.
Everybody gets to get all their rants and raves out to each other.
Aw,
Verbally.
Donna. Thank you so much. Donna White's an OG. She's a J-Bo Nation gal that has been an OG for a long, long time. I'm so happy that you hang with us, Donna. We love you. Congrats on 50K and thanks for covering this trial.
Thank
We
you, Donna.
appreciate you, Donna, so much. Olivia, our girl.
Oh,
Happy 50K, guys. I have a feeling AJ is going to blow ours and the jury's minds. Been waiting for this day with you all for months. Plus, Mr. Please tonight. I know I'm jealous.
what? Yeah, I'm jealous too.
I'm so jealous.
Damn it, man! Can we drive
Corey
out
and
there?
Amber
Oh no,
were really
We've got
trying to get us
softball.
in. Like we have a tournament that starts tonight and goes through Sunday.
I mean, it's really messing with our typical summer concert
I mean,
schedule. She's got double time in softball,
I have to say,
and Bob's coaching.
I love it though.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a great way to spend some time.
Summers of music will continue.
Indeed. Thanks, Olivia. You know we love you, girl.
Yeah.
LA and La, or
La in LA.
in LA, or
Oh,
La
she said
in La.
it's La, like the city I'm living in. So LA.
Okay, so it's LA and LA.
Yeah.
Move from Wrigleyville. Go Cubs! Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs gonna win today. Go Cubs, go! Yeah, there you go.
He's in a singing mood, y'all.
I'm in a singing mood, y'all.
And he's just literally written off the White Sox. It's really.
Hey, listen.
I find it repugnant.
Hey, listen. Fuck
Just
those
give
guys.
up on a team.
They're disgusting. Like you don't even know what's going on with them.
I don't.
They're judging. They're not even like they put last year, and this is all I'm going to say about it. They set the record for the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. They're putting out a product in a major market that is obscene. Like I'm done with them. Like I'm done with Jerry Reinsdorf. Maybe if he sells the team, like why should I invest? I live in a city that has 2 baseball teams. Like I don't subscribe. I've never subscribed to the I have to hate the Cubs or you have to like that's not my shit. We don't want to win we don't win enough championships in the city. I'm not giving up on one of my teams that is a city team because civic pride, because somebody tells me I have to. Fuck that. It's like I don't live in New York. Like I mean, maybe that Yankee Met thing is a real thing. I don't know. And it's definitely kind of a real thing here, but I don't subscribe to it. I've always rooted for the Cubs. Like I could have gone either way. I was a tweener. My dad wasn't like a dedicated baseball fan either way. So as a young lad, it was like 83, the Sox like had an amazing season. It was the winning ugly season. And then 84, the Cubs had an amazing season. And I watched equally. So you know what? It's like, I mean, if the Sox and the Cubs were to play in the series, I'd root for the Sox.
I would hope so.
Well, but that's not happening. Like they need to be relegated to the minor leagues. It's disgusting. I'm over them. All
right, move on.
Do you remember when I filed
LA
that
and LA
petition for divorce from the Bears? Remember that? I really wanted to file it. I like wrote up a petition. I'm like, I'm so sick of these assholes.
I wrote up a petition. I did not remember this.
What? Yeah,
literally file it in a court of law.
I was, because it would have been hilarious. It would have gotten press too. It was like after just some shenanigans. It was like. It was disgusting. I was so sick of them too. Heather Reed, Reed Rare. I feel the defense laid enough facts the jury can determine for themselves that it's a cover-up. They can come to it on their own like we all did.
I agree. And that's a very, very good way to do things. You want to lay the breadcrumbs and not have to say the words, and the jurors are back there saying it to themselves. And that's why I'm real big on in the closing saying it doesn't matter what I tell you, it doesn't matter what he tells you. Neither of us know any more than you do. If you're back there coming up with your own theories and other possibilities, and maybe it's this and maybe it's that, all of those things, if they're reasonable, are reasonable doubt, and you must say not guilty.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want to say that the spaceship, what was it? What went up in the spaceship? The tail light went up in the spaceship.
The Lexus blasted off into space.
Right. Then maybe some of your fellow jurors won't find that one reasonable, but you know.
All right. Thank you so much, Heather. Jade, Allie, I've never heard what you did to your shoulder. Have you heard of frozen shoulder? It's another perimenopause symptom. Let the Googling commence.
No, I have heard of that. I didn't look into it because I had an old rotator cuff injury from, we'll call it a skiing incident, but really was just a slip while skiing. Not even actually skiing, a slip on skis, and my arm like went back. But then Bob and I did CrossFit for a really long time, and it really, really hurt both of our shoulders. Like both of my shoulders are actually kind of fucked. But maybe perimenopause is making it worse. I don't know. I'll see the orthopedic.
Yeah.
In 6 days.
Schmo, $5 house celebrating Lori Vallow Daybell guilty verdict. Wow, that was quick.
Wasn't she going away forever before?
She's gone away forever, but they want her being held accountable for every goddamn thing she's done, and they did. So,
meaning she can go away forever now, like she's done with all of her
we don't
trials.
have to watch any more of her trials.
Just go wait in your cell for life. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe.
Thanks, Schmo. Was that trial worth watching? Joe, let me know in chat. I was thinking about streaming it ex post facto. Gen X girl lawyer, excited for today. Us too. We're ready.
Hey, Trace, are you out there? We got to keep track of any $50 donations so that we can pressure people to come on.
Read the chat, or read our text, our group text from Mandy.
Oh, but then you got off screen, so. No, okay, so let me just go on with this. Where are we at? Gen X lawyer girl excited for today. Yes, we all are. Bob, did you see you made it into a baby AI video? I think someone might have told him that. We'll bring it back up when it comes on again. Gifted 5 DD memberships. Camilla, thank you very much. Very generous of you. Kitty 313. Hey, Kristen. Family hugs. All and LFG. AJ. Free Karen Reed. Justice for John O'Keefe. Yes, we're with you. Kitty 313 is OG too. All right, stuff's happening, you guys. Amy's positive pathways. My husband never does Mother's Day for me, but this year he helped my kids buy me a Mother's Day ring. Need to get him something to help my stepson.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni,
Good
Justice of the
idea.
Norfolk Superior Court, and before the Commonwealth Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
AJ will be poetry in motion, gonna blind him with science.
So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience.
You had to come early too, Judge.
Today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. So I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to
Please
follow
don't
my
fuck up now,
instructions
jurors.
and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing argument. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, the constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. All right, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove
Someone out there
beyond
with their
a reasonable
phone,
doubt to a
gonna get
moral
it.
certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Mr. Jackson?
Oh, she's not going to stop them. Lord.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built.
I already have chills.
Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you.
Just the kiss.
And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
They didn't play it. Oh. What the hell, Bob?
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house, about 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home, At about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident. Did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black.
Did they prove that? Did I miss that?
Photos. At 5:07
Be in
a.m.
trouble. 31.
at One Meadows. That's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right. It's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible.
Be in trouble, 31.
Dr. Andrew Rentschler, PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't.
They
So
pretended
they
it
spent
didn't
nearly
exist.
$400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because
Why?
John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture.
Oh, Lord.
There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again.
Yeah.
They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth?
Well, we know he
You don't
did.
have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified. He came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame.
What a shame.
And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that.
Damn.
The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision.
Collision. Just he's got 20.
So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here?
35.
Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen, in a house, 30 feet away.
They hadn't yet seen the
And
video.
John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder.
There's a hole in his back.
Lieutenant
pocket.
Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo. 0 chance she skates. She's fucked.
Wow.
And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder, no bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict?
Boom!
And with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic. that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well.
Thanks,
Why
Greg.
not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, a quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn.
Nope.
He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn.
Fucking A.
Betcha.
Fucking A.
But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history, a dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, "Haas Long to die in cold." It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense
Oof, chills again.
is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins.
Oh, he said the word motive.
Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts?
Who's he on the phone with?
He's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Devers' statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing.
Missing.
Just gone. Vanished.
Gone.
Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting. And he says, wink, wink, nod, nod.
Do the
We
right thing.
support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting?
Do the right
What else is
thing.
reasonable to believe was said in that meeting?
He's hoping they remember.
She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop. And all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory.
He's doing that and hoping
Not I didn't say it.
they're pulling it
She
first.
admitted she said it.
So good.
She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. Yet that test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt.
Choo!
That was a moment.
Oh, man.
Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you.
Yes.
I asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous.
Fucking
It's
hoodwink.
dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom.
Man, what a
You're
closing.
entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist.
He cycles.
All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Oh man. Woo wee. Oh man. Thank you, Alan Jackson.
God.
Oh, I'm here for it. Bring it, fucko.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind,
He has
generous,
a speaker.
thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data, data, is data.
Set to change 3
The
times,
black
4
box,
times.
the forensics from the SD card. We know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the next drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later? Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest flat tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks in my driveway, I always drove extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the waterfall bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card, the SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Wyth would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the outburst. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outburst when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John have hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you can move down to this film. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn. And it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock. And when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there. They're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning and the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Miss Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on.
He's bent down.
And then you see
Come the fuck
data.
on, Hank.
John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56.
Gets up and
It's
bends
the
down.
first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life.
How to get to the flagpole?
And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles to come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more.
Sure.
There's the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigators for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone.
Just standing there in the street.
Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision.
So there was intent.
That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. and I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Ms. Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Ms. Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe.
You
That was
just
never part of
started to
this
say
case.
that.
We're not claiming that.
You just said
I
it.
told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him.
Hmm.
We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and if that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing her off. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't.
What?
But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that you drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever. Forever. Have slide 6, please.
Yeah, it does feel like a lifetime.
You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash tests on me. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12/31/56. 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks on the Lexus. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorgo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Play that, please. Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. We have slide 8, please.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave
Okay, Hank.
all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voice no one, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm here with your fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand words she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see.
Wouldn't she have known that
Someone's
already?
going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words?
That is
because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction
That's a theory.
Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce. And she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to go back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out.
He's
We'll
alive.
talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert house. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her water. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert house, they don't need to give glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence it was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McKay, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McKay see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Oh, no, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. Remember when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Can you play the clip on the left, please? Take the eye.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full.
All happened.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics of getting to work 2 hours early to know the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I've always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. We have slide 9, please. This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it's starting to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, takes up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the vote is passed, put the warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help.
Oh, God.
It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her.
Oh, he's stealing Jackson shit from the last trial.
He goes, oh, she got the glass from inside the Albert. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper McKennick and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please?
Oh, only the right angle, though. Only the precise angle. Because in the other ones, it's all lit up. Be in trouble.
You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lights go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case. A lot of people watching.
Wow.
Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena.
Wow.
Spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? It's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad board so that you can see it unexploded. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad board. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces. It was crashed in. The bulb was showing when I was showing Kerry and Jen when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip. You'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no ring video when she gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, on her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite?
Was there an
She
objection?
can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says
Fucking
this is a dog
pattern,
bite.
moron.
She's never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. LaPosada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what
Hour
she
and 10,
says.
Hank.
And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Ms. Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident.
Where's your evidence? There was, though. So you'd say they can't
Let me
disprove
talk
it,
a
but you
little
didn't
bit
prove it.
about Parker. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
Oh yeah.
No, sure you didn't.
What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm.
Oh
Wasn't
my
trying to bash
goodness.
him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brennan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress.
Yeah,
Slow
because we
down
know
the
you're a
question.
liar.
Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that
That's
he's
not what he
independent,
said,
effective. I asked him about
asshole.
lunch, and not a big deal. Just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian.
And you
And
laughed,
he's in one of
sir.
the scenes.
You laughed.
And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022,
I mean, know how he says it with a straight face.
was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank.
All right, sit down.
She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party,
Mm.
and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
We don't know
Except the car
exactly
didn't hit
how
him.
this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field.
It's
Look at his
viable.
turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Where though? 7 feet away. How does that happen unless there's contact with the body, Hank?
Thank you.
Obliterated arm.
Wow.
Dead arm.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him.
Well, she does for that last one.
But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous.
Can't leave him for dead if she
and
doesn't know
thoughtful.
she hit
She
him.
left him alone. She left him alone to die.
But she didn't
Could I
know
have
she hit him.
Slide 22, please.
Yeah.
He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body.
He's not that guy. The guy.
John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie.
He's not the guy that
John
dipped you in
O'Keefe
the
is
house.
a person. And he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
The next step is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right. So we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long. And we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates. I can just tell you that, you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's the Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. See you in about a half hour.
So there you have it. There you have it. You have the pinnacle of what I consider to be a closing argument, and then you had that. Like the takeaway from Hank Brennan's closing, forget about his annoying voice and all that shit. The man did not touch the science
Or the
with a
X-rays.
1,000-foot pole. He did
Or
not
the X-rays.
touch it, any of it, any of the actual evidence. All he did up there was tell a story for an hour and 15 minutes. That's it. He's trying to sell the jury a story without any actual evidence. That's it. There was nothing more than that. I mean, it's unbelievable to me that he didn't try to address the science, but there's a real easy answer as to why he didn't, because he can't. And this case lives in the science.
There's a couple things I wish that Alan Jackson would have touched on. I'm going to wait till we're in official jury verdict watch to get to it. We got, and I know we've got a list of others, people who have donated I think that came up to 50. John Miller, you're coming on, right? You're coming on.
John's coming on.
Coming on a jury watch. I think that Tracy sent us a list of other people who have accumulated today.
We had some Venmos.
Kate O'Connor, she's coming on.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
And Pammy, right?
Yeah, we had Meg P, Ann Piccolo, Jolene.
Oh, you guys better be ready.
Teresa. And Teresa definitely wants to come on. She says, $50. Congratulations on y'all's 50K. I want to do the 15-minute hanging out with the both of you. I think it will be a blast.
Yay. You're all doing it.
Christian paid 50. So we got 5 $50 Venmos.
We need to figure out a way to create, like, on is YouTube, like a chat type of thing where we can. Allie, did you read texts? Oh boy. Am I not following the rules again?
No one has sent.
I don't know. We'll have to. I'm gonna call Mandy while you talk. Figure.
All right, so let's do
over some of the supers.
I will. I'm gonna update the poll. We're gonna do post-closing poll now. Because you gotta see it. All right, let me see. So the last poll, pre-closing poll, 2,305 votes, came in at 95% not guilty, 5% guilty. All right, so we're gonna end that poll. And remember, this is what you think the jury will do, not what you think. I know what most of you think already. I don't need a poll for that. Okay. So post-closing. What will the jury do? Okay. All right. Get to voting, y'all. Get to voting. It's coming up right now. All right. Boom. It's up. Oh, man. I want to watch Alan's closing again. It was that good. It's that good. Isn't it wild to sit there and kind of watch closings and like one, you're just like moved, enthralled. You're feeling things, and the other one, you're just like, wow. Like I guess it's what I expected from Hank, but frankly, I thought that he'd give a little more pushback. I mean, he does what prosecutors do a lot of times, which is try to lean into the emotional side of a case. Talk about how wonderful of a human being John was, which is true. Talk about what a tragedy it is that we lost John, which is true. Those things are all true. But trying to wring the pathos out of things in order to extract a verdict is not how it operates in this country. That's not how our criminal justice like I say it all the time. You know, the law is cold in the sense that emotions don't matter. They just don't. It's hard to say that because many times in the cases that we watch, people have lost their lives. And it's very hard as human beings to separate that. I'd opine that there's nothing harder to do than to separate your emotions from the facts, because they're intertwined in our mind. It's a really, really tough thing to do. Prosecutors know that. They understand that. And that's why oftentimes you'll see them lean into the emotional side of a case, because they know those things. They know it's really hard for a human being to put that aside, to say, I'm going to put aside my feelings of empathy for John O'Keefe, for the O'Keefe family, for their loss, and I'm going to focus only on the facts and the evidence. It's really, really hard to do. And frankly, it's improper for prosecutors to do it, yet they do it anyway. You know, because it's all under the guise of, well, you know, we have to talk about the victim. So they do. You know, he ends his summation by showing a picture of John. Is that factual evidence in terms of what may or may not have happened in this case? No, it's not. It's done for one reason and one reason alone. That poor man. That poor man. There's only one person you can blame this on in this courtroom, and it's that woman sitting right there. That's not evidence. That's not facts. That's emotion. And when you look at the totality of Hank Brennan's entire 75 minutes, that man did not put forth one shred of evidence that John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle. Not one. If I'm wrong, tell me in chat. Tell me what he said that proved that John O'Keefe. I don't give a shit about the timeline. Nobody knows what John was doing, where he was walking. Nobody knows. That's just rank speculation. That's all that is. The only thing that matters in this case, in terms of Karen Reed's innocence or guilt, is whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a 6,000-pound motor vehicle. And Hank didn't address it at all. At all. Could you imagine for one moment if the clips of Karen speaking didn't exist, what this case would have looked like? Seriously, I would subtract those clips out of the trial and out of the closing, and what does this thing look like? I don't even know what he's saying at that point. I honestly don't know what he'd be arguing. You know, I mean, this is a situation wherein the defense doesn't have to prove anything, nothing. That's entirely the burden of the prosecution. And in this country, we cannot convict people on stories. And that's all we heard for the last 75 minutes. Hank Brennan's version that he's cooked up in his mind of what happened that night. Rank speculation based on angry voicemails of a girlfriend who's wondering why the fuck her boyfriend's not calling her back. Somehow in his mind, he's cooked that up into being murder. It's not how it works, y'all. It's not how it works. And then the diametric opposite was Alan Jackson's closing, which lived in the science, which relied on the science. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. To me, it's a no-brainer. To me, the jury goes in, they do their work, they talk about it, they run through the evidence.
Tori, we're done.
And they come back with an NG. That quick.
You are muted.
I don't know that they're going to come back today. I think if they get back in there, it's almost 1 o'clock. I don't know how long she's going to allow them to go. I don't know if she's going to keep them past what she kept them daily for trial. I would hope that she would. I think that she'll leave that to the discretion of the jurors to some extent. Like, I don't think if the 4 o'clock hour hits and they're 2 hours into deliberation, she's going to say, I'm shutting it down. Did she say 5:30, Brittany? You know, I mean, she's still got to go back there and say if they're in the midst of it, if they're in the heat of it, you know, they may say, hey, we want to go another hour. And I would hope that she would grant them that courtesy to allow them to go a little longer today. But my guess, I saw Carl. Carl thinks they're going to come back quickly. It's just 4 hours in deliberations ain't shit. You know, that's just not a long time in deliberations. You got a month-long trial. In theory, you want to have this jury going through everything, you know, and frankly, Hank's ploy to wield the emotion, to use the emotion, may have worked on a juror or two. There could be jurors that have to get worked on by the other jurors. You know, you never know what's going on in a juror's mind. I mean, Christian, you say that, what is there to deliberate? But if you get one person on the other side, you got a deliberation on your hands. And that's, you know, that's where it gets interesting with jurors. Yeah, so if they go to 5:30, because if they're taking it out, so they're going to come back at 1:15. She's got to go through the instructions with them. That probably takes a half hour, 20 minutes to a half hour. So I'm guessing they're going to start around 2. So that gives it 3.5 hours, like proper. So you got to get back there. Got to select a 4-person. We'll probably do a straw poll, initial straw poll to see where everybody's at. And then they'll get down to it. I mean, even if they go back and they say, all right, let's do a straw poll, and you get 12 NGs, they're going to say, well, we can't like go right back out. It's a bad look for us. It makes it look like we didn't actually deliberate at all. So, you know, they're going to take that into consideration. They're going to take that into consideration in terms of when they're going to come out. You know, you don't want to go in there for 20 minutes and come back out and say, we're good. Because people will be like, they didn't even deliberate. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. I thought Alan Jackson was magnificent. I tweeted it. It was a closing for the ages. It was a closing for the ages. Like I said, I'm not a reader. I never read when I would do closings. But when you do, you make sure that you get everything that you wanted to say out. And he did. He did. I'm anxious. I'm anxious to hear what Ali's thoughts are. You know, there's never going to be a closing where you can get everything in, especially when there's a time limit. Yeah, Lori Daybells, like she's the exception to the rule. Like Lori can go in, she's already been convicted twice. Oh yeah, I was definitely a walk and a talker. I like a lot of hand movements too. I'm half Italian, so I speak with my hands. Can't help it. You'd have to tie them behind my back. I'm not even aware that I'm doing it. I just talk with my hands. Like many Italians do. We are prone to do that. But I just thought his closing was spectacular. I thought that he hit on all the major points. I don't think there were any major points that were missed. I'm sure we can nitpick and say, oh, well, I would have liked to have seen him mention this. I would have liked to have seen him mention that. He handled the things that I was concerned about last night during our chat with Mark, you know, with this concept, like if the tail light didn't break at one meadow, then it had to have broken at 34 Fairview, right? And I thought he handled it masterfully. Easy peasy. Threw up the picture, that ridiculous looking picture of that bizarre S-curved taillight piece that makes no sense. And then he showed the contact. And Hank didn't attack it. Hank was smart because he attacked it one time in terms of what ARCA is capable of testing and what they're not with the data, the phone data. He's like, they do that. You didn't hear anything about them attacking the data. What he didn't bring up was ARCA didn't do their own testing as to the contact between the Lexus and the Traverse. Didn't mention it. Didn't mention it. Which is huge. Huge.
Sorry, I haven't been watching, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. What does Tay mean? Can we say no spoilers in chat for the verdict watch? We all better be learning it at the exact same time.
Yeah, the minute that we hear a verdict, I mean,
yeah. So if somehow, some way, somebody knows it before it's said in the courtroom,
I don't know how that would ever happen.
Right.
I don't know how that would ever happen.
Right.
Like if there's a leak of a verdict, we have a problem. Got a problem, Houston, if there's a leak.
All right, we're getting a lot of people that want to come on for verdict watch. We've got to figure out a schedule. You had people you were supposed to reach out to. I feel like you've done none of it.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Wow.
Hey, Allison.
Coming in. She comes in hot. She like
I know.
pops back on the screen. Starts flame throwing me about shit that I haven't done.
Well, I was trying to talk to Mandy and Tracy about how to like coordinate this and get people on a schedule so that like, cause if there's like too many, I'm starting to make sure that we like figure out a way to.
All right. Well, I'm going to forewarn you in preparation for the weekend's Father's Day softball tournament. Scout has a hitting lesson at 12:30. It's only a half hour, so I'll be dipping out for a minute
today.
Just to bring her over. It was the only time I could squeeze her in. So, hopefully, I'm just missing the instructions being read. I don't need to hear those.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll wait to bring some people if somehow we go into.
So I've sent.
Don't tell us who. Just
okay.
You know, I don't want to be.
Yeah, I've sent some invites out.
Okay.
Did you reach out to your homegirls?
Yeah.
Reach out to Melanie.
Yeah, but I don't know because she's in the middle of a live right now, so I don't know when she'll see it. It might end up having to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
When did we break for lunch? How much time do we have here? Did you get through all the supers?
No, I didn't even get to them yet. I was talking about watched. Hey man, we just watched like an hour. What was it? 2.5 hours, 3 hours of closing arguments. I wanted to talk about them a bit. Like you just like gloss over it. Like we just didn't watch these like an epic closing argument, and like you're like I mean, you didn't want to talk about it at all.
I did.
Like, are you
I was trying to save it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why either. It's
I'll tell you, there was I felt like I mean Hank did a lot of nothing. You know, like it really is like so I kept putting up the comment of John. Was it John? you know, like, he's got a theory. He's got a theory, but no evidence. You know, it's like, I can't find it now. But did you tell Kate O'Connor she's coming on?
No.
She's coming on. Better come on, Kate. The type of glass that you might find, I don't know, in a kitchen, in a house. Thank you. Had they tested for DNA, would have come back to Brian Higgins. I've always thought that one of those broken rocks glasses was his. I think, I mean, there might have been 2 glasses, but we know that one came from the bar. And I do think that Brennan should have said that when I'm sorry, Jackson should have said when he was giving that information about he didn't have on a jacket, he was missing a shoe, and maybe this was a glass from in the house, that he should have added right there. They didn't know at that point that John O'Keefe had left the bar with a glass, so that it didn't seem like he was trying to say it was a totally different glass. But it also does appear there was other totally different glass that I've always assumed was just glass that Proctor planted there, not actual glass from somebody else. But, you know, maybe it could have been somebody else's glass. So I you know, I also thought, I really wish that he would have focused on the key cycles at some point. And that the drive from, even with that timeline, that if he was struck at, 12:32, whatever, how in the hell is she back to One Meadows at, 12:35? I feel like that's something that he should have mentioned. I thought that there was some evidence about Higgins' car. People were saying it did get in through Jen McCabe. I don't know why he didn't mention that. I thought he should have mentioned the spinning wheels.
I think that there's an element to why he didn't focus on the things that you're talking about, because the science proves there was no collision.
Right.
Like it's that thing where you don't want to give any oxygen to the Commonwealth's fucking argument or their theory by acknowledging that it's a possibility. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I hear you, but again, he insists she didn't say I hit him, instead of saying, even if she did say I hit him, that wasn't a confession. That was just the same thing that what the heck is it that Russell said?
Trauma response.
Right, the trauma response. And at that point, she thought it was possible. So, I didn't like that she's like that. He did not say those words.
I'm going to, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily disagree. Do I think that common sense in terms of the jurors is going to prevail there with respect to anybody who is in that situation?
Right, but then why insist it wasn't said?
What? I hit him?
Yeah, for exactly what you're saying, that the jurors on their own will believe, like anyone with common sense. Go ahead, finish your sentence, because I cut you off.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, anybody with common sense is going to understand that if they're in that position where you're discovering a loved one, somebody that you care deeply about, I don't give a shit what the state of the relationship was in that moment in time, you're devastated. You're going through massive trauma, the likes of which she's probably never experienced. And you're going to be thinking out loud, just trying to figure out, like, it's the opposite of somebody who knew that she hit John.
Right. And went through all of that to deny it. Right. She created the voicemails. She knew, you know what I mean? She did all that. And then when she actually sees the body, she just starts confessing.
My favorite part of Hank's closing, in terms of how ridiculous it was that after she hangs up with Jen McCabe, before she calls Carrie Roberts, she cooks up this concept that John is dead and that he was hit by a heavy vehicle, so she decides to use a snowplow. It's like that concept was so bizarre to me. I'm like, wow, this guy, because he's arguing out of both sides of his mouth. You can't have it both ways. Like, he plays a clip of her saying, "Could I have clipped him?" But now she's cooking up a theory that he was hit by a snowplow. Which is it? Major damage. It had to be he couldn't land on a theory because they don't have a theory.
Right. So going
Like,
back
this
to
isn't
what
a
you
thing
just
where you
said,
can throw darts at a dartboard and you're just spraying. That's not how this thing works.
my only point was going back to what you just said about anyone with common sense would think, like, this is what she says. She's under stress. Why take this stand? Like, she didn't say it when it doesn't matter. She didn't say it. No, it doesn't matter. And a big thing for me is I think Alan Jackson should have mentioned the weight to the arm and poised it as Hank Brennan trying to pull the wool over your eyes again. He made such a big stink about the weight of the arm. You remember that. He kept asking the wrong expert about, and Wolf kept saying, well, Dr. Rentschler will be able to explain that to you. And he just kept insisting you use the wrong weight of the arm. And then two things happened. His own expert used the 50th percentile crash test dummy. His own expert. And Rentschler full on explained that is standard procedure. Did he had to know this? His own expert did it, but he stood up there and he tried to impeach Dr. Wolf with it over and over and over again. And I won't be surprised, jurors, if he gets up here after we're done and says it again, as though it's an impeachment or something incredulous as to Dr. Wolf. I mean, I think that would have been a compelling argument to make during his closing. I know Bob heard none of that, so.
No, I'm doing something else. Remember when you came on and yelled at me about what I hadn't done?
No, I know. I'm just saying,
I
but
was doing some of it.
But you guys heard it. And the other thing was the hydraulics. I just didn't mention that paint test means nothing because the car would have been 2 inches higher than it was.
I mean, I just, like, I don't know. Like my closing would have been very close to what Alan did. And like, I can just see that this is the conversation we'd be having in the car, and I'd be getting all defensive. You'd be like, I don't know why you didn't bring up. And I'd be like, dude, what the fuck? The closing was awesome. You'd be like, yeah, it was awesome, but I mean, we had those conversations many times after closing arguments.
Well, Tammy Martin,
Allie is of the school, leave no stone unturned. Like, you have to, like, every single potential hole has to be filled, which you can't really argue with that concept. But I think there's also, in a case like this, where you have, I feel, definitive science proof that he was not struck by a vehicle, that you don't have to get into diffusing their theory because it's been done already. I don't need to bring up the fucking hydraulics because he wasn't hit with it. Right. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like, I hear you. And it's a interesting intellectual debate. But in terms of, and remember, babe, he had an hour 15. So that's that thing that I was talking about with Mark last night. I'm like, you got to pick your poisons. You got to, like, what are you taking out?
But here's the thing.
What do you take? But let me ask you, what are you taking out to add in what you want to put in?
I'm not, because it seems like they went up to the judge and said, it's impossible. I can't do it. And then she decided to say to the jurors, I gave them an hour and 15 each, but I'm not going to stop them.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why he went on. He went on he did an hour and a half.
Did he do like Alan definitely went long. Like Hank, I think was right about an hour 15. I did not hear her say that.
She said, but I'm not going to stop them. But she tells the jurors, I gave them an hour and 15, but I'm not going to stop them. So when this motherfucker goes over, you know he's doing that despite what I've said. I mean, I don't know why she even told the jurors that. Why did she tell the jurors that? What was her point? To make him look bad when he goes over an hour and 15 because he told her I cannot do it in an hour and 15. It can't be done. I mean, shit, it's like 10 seconds more of talking at that point. But Tammy Martin's prediction, I think, came true. AJ will be poetry in motion, gonna blind them with science. Blinding them with science. Dude, he's tied Hank up and he can't prove anything. Yep. Meg P says she needs our help with her jurophobia. Please
I mean,
don't.
juries are scary. Jurors are scary.
Right.
No question about it.
Kristen Kitty 313 OG says, please don't let biased Bev fuck this up for justice. Oh. Holly says, what will I do without my morning Allie and Bob? We'll still be here. She's been a member for 1 month. Thank you. Oh, Odin is a new member. Welcome, Odin. Kristen, so excited for you guys. 50K. Yes, 50,000 subscribers. Thank you. Debbie Schultz became a member. Bob will give you a family hug. But welcome and thank you. Terry Howard Disc Golf. Persu O'Collins, 40
family hug. There you go.
minutes ago. And that was at 8:38. Sergeant Buchanan is standing outside of the courtroom, and Elizabeth Little has asked if he will be there as the jury enters and said the defense would prefer it if he didn't. Oh, she didn't want him standing outside of the courtroom when the jury entered the room. Don't they enter from a back room? I don't know. In that courthouse, they might just come through the hall and in the front. Wild. Thanks for the update, Terry. Appreciate it. Fire Dancer, new member. Babe, what's Fire Dancer get?
Aw, family hug.
Oh, Lord. Boris booked the tattoo. Pick coming soon. What do you got to do now with this guy? I forget what you promised him for his tattoo.
I booked it. Boris, what did I promise you?
I mean, I tried to
whatever it is, I will do it. Make good. I will make good on it.
I tried to say he'd make good on it. Get any tattoo you want, not that one. And Bob will have to make good on it because he shouldn't have tried to hoax you.
All right, I'm sending out all kinds of invites to all kinds of special guests. So if any of them pop in when I'm gone, be a good host.
Well, hopefully 17 people don't pop in while you're
I mean, that sounds fucking awesome.
Aye.
I can tell you that aside from Dr. Shiloh, everybody I've sent invites to are lawyers. So
wait, what are you doing, Bob? Boy. TD89. Who wins the sleazeball contest? Thomas Binger versus Hank Brennan. What do you say, babe?
Who wins in a sleazeball? Thomas Binger versus Hank Brennan. Who the fuck's Thomas Binger?
I didn't know. That's why I put it on you.
All right, who's Thomas Binger? Tell me in the chat. Never heard of him.
But I'm going Hank Brennan.
Yeah, I don't even know who Binger is. Hank wins.
Kayla's Diaries. Good morning. Do you know if Bev denies the defense instruction about the sweater? Yeah, what they didn't tell us that. I guess we'll hear it. Will AJ be able to bring it up in closing? Well, he definitely brought it up in closing. And we'll have to hear if she actually makes the it was Rittenhouse prosecutor.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even remember that trial. I don't even remember.
I don't think I watched it. I
think I watched some of it.
And thanks for the happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thank you.
Juke 11. The Bears are back.
I'm going to tell you right now, Duke Juke is impatiently waiting for us to finish Avery.
Well, read his comment since it's Bears related.
Da Bears are back, going from Flus to Ben Johnson. It's like going from Hank Brennan to Alan Jackson. What an amazing analogy, and so true. It's like, Duke, you were sitting there watching like Ben Johnson press conferences, and it's like, oh my God, it's like for the first time since I guess Lovey Smith, like we have an actual real life head coach that I'm so excited. I cannot wait for the Bears season to start. Cannot wait.
Amy Positive Pathways says, Allie, this perimenopause transition is for the birds. That's for damn sure.
My poor wife.
I mean, I got it easy compared to many. So, I mean, just the cheeks getting red. My friend says their body feels like it's on fire from the inside out, and they start to sweat, and it's painful as shit. So Mandy says this is what Bob was doing while we were on the phone, inviting friends to a house party without permission.
Yeah, that's how I roll. That's what I used to do when I was in high school. When the cat was away, the mice would play.
And I know that Miss Bloor sent me the correct pronunciation of, I'm going to say Cheyenne, but I don't think it's right. Joking, Lori Vallow who?
Sorry, I'm gonna dip, babe. I got to get over there.
All right.
I would anticipate a guest coming on very, very, very soon. Our friend Sean from Potentially Criminal, great defense lawyer, great guy. Very much free Karen Reed. So Sean will keep you good company. He's funny. If you guys don't know Sean, you'll know him after he gets in here. But I'll be back soon. All
right. We'll see you later. I just removed him. Goodbye. Yeah, we've heard this David James t-shirt idea, objection fuckface. That might be coming. Nania King or Nania King. I hate that there is no read back. That seems like a pivotal part of helping their memory of so many witnesses and so many weeks. I hate that there are no readbacks. What the fuck? Agreed. It's kind of crazy. It really is. Cody says, love the Better O video. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. What's the bet AJ vowed not to shave till Karen Reed is not guilty? I don't know. I'm sure he's keeping it, he's manscaping. Jade says Aperture needs to change. I think I put this up, their names to Blues Clues after this trial. Yeah. Yep. And I put up Heather's too. She's a little behind. She feels so emotional listening to Jackson. Been a fan and a member for a long time. Nice. Love you guys and your knowledge of the law and your banter. Well, thank you, Heather Erickson. Bob is the one streaming court. I'm going to hit him. All right. I'll switch. I got you faded. Oh, wait. I'm like, why am I looking at myself? Because I forgot I came on to pin a comment. Okay. Gonna pull it up. Let's see. All right. It's all me now. Full screen. We're already tweaked in the sound. We're live. It's playing. I'm going to unmute the sound. That way, as soon as people start creeping in, we'll hear it. So, and yes, Kaylee, I put this up that Aiden made it in. Yeah, I mean, he's been on this case from the beginning. Like him or hate him, he shined a light on this case, and I think he does deserve to be there. Stuck this one up from Kitty313. Unpin it on the girl, AJ. Yep, I stuck that one up too. Jennifer, she accidentally hit guilty. Idiot Wind, thank you for your 20 Defense Diary podcast memberships. That was very generous. Brian, member for 12 months. Dee Dee, thank you for watching the trial with us ads free. Well, thank you for pointing that out. Ordinary you. I hope AJ mentions the fact that John O'Keefe received animal injuries to his arm pre-mortem. Yeah, I think he should have mentioned that it was pre-mortem, and I think he should have mentioned that it was animal, not just dog. But I mean, that wasn't part of what he got in there, the pre-mortem part, and he should have. Kate O'Connor. The type of glass I did put this up, you might find, I don't know, in a kitchen or a house. Thank you. And had they tested for DNA, would have come back to Brian Higgins. I've always thought one of those broken rock glasses was his. It's a definite possibility. Like I said earlier, I thought that glass was just completely made up and planted by Proctor, but it could very well have been that as well. That's the whole point. We don't know. Thank you. We put this one up as well. David James said that closing should make Allie and yourself, Bob, proud to be defense attorneys. Yes, Alan Jackson did just that for sure. I guess I have to pay attention to if we get. We're trying to work on the schedule backstage here, figure out how to get you guys your links and when to get you guys your links to pop on. Boris says, oh, I think I hit that one by accident. Megan Tomlinson says, Hank is blowing it. He's much better at examining witnesses, in my opinion. Yeah, I thought his closing fell flat, but I don't know. I got to revisit it and think about it. It's hard when you're watching it. Boris says, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Free Karen Reed. Yep. Tracy says, Hank is sniveling Weenoff. Yes, Tracy McMillan, thank you. Potentially criminal. Yes, we should mock the man who lied on his resume. Yes, yeah, we should. He didn't lie about anything. Okay, whatever, Hank. David James said, weirdly, this makes me feel better about Richard Allen. No, doesn't help me, but I see your point. Callum C says, I wish AJ would have said something to the effect of finding an innocent woman is not justice for John. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but he did get a lot of stuff in there about the justice system and what's not justice. But yeah, I agree. Finding the wrong person guilty is not justice for John is something that he could have highlighted as well. Amy K, member for 19 months. Oh, gee. Address your lie to the jury, Hank. Nope. He did exactly what Alan Jackson said. I suspect he's going to completely ignore it, and that should speak volumes above any concocted bullshit he tries to throw at you. I saw this potentially criminal, and hopefully Bob looked at his texts. I tried to answer this live, Terry, that the defense does not get any rebuttal after the state. Our list is getting longer and longer for all of you who are going to be joining us on Verdict Watch. Tracy McMillan says Hank has soggy tofu for brains. I put this up too, but legal onlooker for the edge theory. It's in the garage at the time. They put him in there. They drive it to the curb. They pull him out. Pocket rips, pulling him out of the car to leave him there. And blame a plow driver. Yeah. We never really got to hear that evidence that there was some call. I just don't know if the only evidence they had was a story from somebody saying that this call came in and he's never supposed to talk about it again, but it's from an anonymous source. Yeah. Yep. And John Miller is coming on live with us. Hank, you lied to the jury. Happy to be a member of Defense Diary Army. Great coverage and thank you. Thank you. Decline. I love both of you and thanks, chat. Prayers for Karen and family. Yep. I put this up for Tony, throwing his own Emmy under the bus. What an ass. Kate O'Connor. There was no contact from the vehicle. Fuckface. That is true. Hopefully Kate's coming on and she's going to rant and rave with us live. You'll hear her in person. David James, a 6,000 pounds at 15 miles per hour equals force Arm weight is insignificant. I mean, that's been said over and over again. Hank just likes to make stupid points. Mickey says, I wish he would have at least mentioned the Jeep location once. Yes, that I agree as well. I started to say that it was on my list of things I wished he would have mentioned, and I'm disappointed that he didn't. I thought that was a bigger deal. I think it should have been mentioned. I agree 100%, Mickey. Kara Altman, member for 1 month. Thank you. Massachusetts taxpayers, I want a refund. Fuck face. I love it. I love it. Emily says, love hanging out with you guys. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you. Love to have you. Amy's positive pathways. You sent a Venmo. I think that was one of the ones on the list that you're coming on live. Mickey, you're coming on live. Boom. $49.99. That counts. It's US dollars, by the way. So we're doing conversions back there. This is for you two parents and the great job. Love that I found you guys. Oh, thanks, Mickey. And we will see you on a live. Chrissy Bennett became a new member. Aw, family hug. Since Bob's not here. David James said, I'm sorry, but a 6,000-pound vehicle traveling at 15 miles per hour doesn't matter if you have a 50-pound arm. I'm coming, Nook. Also, a 9-pound arm would take more damage. So what the fuck is he talking about? It's insane. It's insane. But I got to jump right now and deal with this dog. Hold on. Hey, Mandy, you can entertain the people. I guess Mandy's not even here. Her device is disconnected right now. We got to leave one ear out of the headphones so I can hear the dog bark and whine when he's ready to come in. But David, it's like, that's why I wish that Alan Jackson would have touched on that, because he knew Hank was going to still get up and say it. So it should have been, made it clear and presented it as something of another time that the Commonwealth tried to pull the wool over the jury's eyes. It's crazy. Torres says, thank you to the person who gifted me a membership. Bob and Allie, thanks so much for all you do. This is clearly a not guilty verdict. Well, Torres, just so you know, now that you're a member, we're going to do a member live this weekend. We should be posting the voicemail. So if you leave a voicemail, it'll get played on our member live and we will all discuss. So that's one of your member benefits. John Miller, I have to work at 2 p.m. So Monday for me. All right. John's going to be on the Monday verdict watch cycle. Cody Hardwick. Both sides were epic. Great argument from Brennan saying we don't have to prove how he was hit, just that he was hit. All right. Cody thinks that both sides were epic. Great argument from Brennan saying we don't have to prove how he was hit, just that he was hit. I mean, it's true. They don't have to prove how he was hit, just that he was hit. But if you can't prove that there's any combination of ways that he could have been hit to get that outcome, then have you really proven shit? You haven't even proven he was hit. But I appreciate your perspective and thank you for sharing it with us. And hopefully nobody gave you any shit for that comment, because we like when we hear we hear from everyone's perspective. All right, Jen says, I'm taking Pammy's spot. All right. Manny and Tracy, hopefully you guys are hearing this. And Meg P gave Shaboogs her spot. All right. Shaboogs likes to, I'll be excited for her to come on. She always has good things to say. Mickey says, Hank bringing it to a close with, jury, you can trust me because I left my evidence short by not submitting 2 pieces of evidence collected specifically by Proctor because, yes, Proctor is crooked. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking sometimes. I don't. Hold on a sec. I can't deal with this right now. One second. All right. Yeah, Mickey Hanks. I don't know what he's thinking. Dragonfly, if she got hit going 24 miles per hour, even 17 miles per hour, she would have felt a thump. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Steve, I should know how to say this last name because they've both been on our members' voicemails. Vicaro, I think. Jackson nailed it. Things that defy physics generally don't happen. Haha. Did she have a magic Lexus? Did she buy it from the same guy who sold Jack his beanstalk beans? I mean, it's what the hell? Could be. Anything's possible with an engineer. Weird Debbie M. I may have missed it, but did Hank mention Dr. La Posada in his closing? I mean, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did, but you know, let's bounce over to the live chat and see what you guys are saying about this. Did he? How much La Posada was mentioned in the closing? What do you guys remember? He talked about her cross. And Shaboog says a little bit. Spitfire says he did. Tayef says I didn't remember him mentioning her at all. Well, I think that she was undermentioned based on everybody's comments here. Yeah, Brennan said she said punctures and Russell did not. So Brennan pointed it out. So I guess we all feel that maybe she was underrepresented. Weird Debbie. So thanks for the comment. Shar Bloom, Bloor. It's nice here in the UK today. Do I go and put the plants in I bought the other day, or do I stay with you guys? Well, I mean, you could do both with headphones. You could listen. I don't know how long ago we left. It seems like we should be. Nope, there's the dog. All right, guys, hold on. Hey, Mandy, entertain the people.
You are unmuted.
Julie, what are you doing?
What is now open, you may see.
So who wanted to see me? I'll see you at sidebar for just a minute. No, Chris, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Some space here, please.
Hold 1 second.
Oh, and we're back.
Okay,
All right.
Paul.
Surprise to the jury.
Jim, now you're gonna have to go through all of those to pick the alternate out.
You okay with that?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jim, are you okay? Or someone's okay? I'm okay. Hot mic, I heard.
All right, jurors, I'm going to give you the instructions now in the law. But first, I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part 1 of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly,
If you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show, and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore.
Yup.
When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition.
Boom.
In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described.
Right.
You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions.
All right, part 2. Here we go.
Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused.
Okay, so these are the three elements. The Commonwealth asked the judge to strike 2 and just leave the last. So what she did there is say, I'm telling you, I'm obligated to read you all of this, so I'm going to. Here we go. I'll just bloop it back one time.
Second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these.
Wow, she changed her tone when she read the first 2 they wanted stricken versus the last one.
Strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt.
She can change
the first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
And you have to find not guilty.
In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor.
All right.
And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain those to you as well. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories.
All right.
What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely.
Boom. Where do we have
by
that?
decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle.
Nope.
Whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed,
Yes.
whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence
True.
pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly.
Nope.
A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the right
Sorry, guys. Boot back. All right, wait, nobody can hear the judge right now? No sound? I don't know what to do. What about now? No. Shit. All right, hold on. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing. Oh.
her vehicle.
How about now?
The condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather,
Allie.
and condition of the road were.
So your
What any
screen
other
that you were
vehicle-
presenting from
Yeah.
is gone. So all that's showing is Bob's.
Oh, and I had his muted. Is mine back now, though? Can you guys hear mine now? Oh, Lord. They're still saying they can't see it. All right. I'm going to hit play and see. Oh, Lord. What's happening?
Or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant.
Okay.
The fifth element that the
Okay, now you're
Commonwealth
good.
must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of
I mean, I
events
don't
that
think you
produced the
need
death.
Luke, but
A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred.
All right, I'm staying.
If the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe.
No collision.
Elements
no
1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the fourth element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the fourth element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have.
All right, guys, I'm going to bring on our guest and we'll just say hi and then we'll listen and then we'll talk. Well, hello.
Hi, Allie. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Have you been watching the instructions so far?
It's like watching paint dry, as always. It's barely tolerable when you have to sit there and like actually make sure they're being read.
Right.
So I feel bad for people. You guys are voluntarily watching these. So.
Right. But people, they are important. They are
very important.
So it's no one suggesting they shouldn't be doing them. I kind of like to hear, like, sometimes Judge Cannoni actually changes her tone at times that I'm finding a little interesting, but we're about to get into the more specific stuff and hopefully soon her very clear instructions on how to treat the lesser includeds on the manslaughter charge. So there are no lesser includers on second-degree murder. It's just lesser includeds on the manslaughter charge, and that's what she's going over now. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
And by doing so, created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, and the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So the third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay, thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part, which is shorter. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law in Massachusetts is that only 12 jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, and in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much. All right. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right. So I skipped the line. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case, to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitant to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officers. I'm not suggesting for a minute that you have to have questions, but if you do, that's the process. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
All right. Hopefully what they're talking about right now is what she's going to say, because I didn't hear anything crystal clear yet about, if you reach a verdict on one slip but not the others. So unless I missed something, she hasn't made it crystal clear to them yet how they return those verdict sheets if they don't have an anonymous verdict on all 3 counts.
Bev she's something else at this point, at least to me. I've said this a couple times in this trial. This has been a great job of exposing to America how bad a lot of judges are. Yeah.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah. Oh,
yes.
See, how does she know the guy in juror number 1's not going to get kicked out?
Sitting in seat number 13, step down and take your place.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's fair. I still don't think this is right.
So the juror sitting in seat number 7, step down and take your place as an alternate.
Yeah. Well, I want to know how many things are in the box.
Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Supposedly all 18, but we don't know.
Juror 17, could you step down?
She wouldn't even
and
let
take your
them
place
examine
as an
this,
alternate?
which I think is horrible.
Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
I didn't hear a lot of 18.
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them and to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged their verdict, except by further order of the court. So help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
I wonder if she let them on that, with that sidebar, she let them see something.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to see counsel one more time.
I mean, with Bev, I would have been like Robert De Niro in Casino, taking each one of those chips, examining them, spinning them, make sure they're all weighted right.
Right. Yeah.
I just.
So I did not hear. Did I miss something? Because Cameron came in and talked to me. I did not. She said she's going to make it crystal clear about the verdict sheets and how they sign them and what they need to do.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
Nothing seemed crystal clear to me.
No, but the way this woman drones and the fact I have little respect for her, I may have tuned out at some point, maybe. But no, watching this, I've had to explain to people, judges are just like everybody else in America with a job. Half of them are below average, and Bev is below average. And she's in a job where she can't really be fired. So, if that doesn't scare you, I don't know what is, because a bad judge can screw you even if the law and the facts are on your side.
So Close asked, I missed the closings because of my son's graduation. Did Bev address Hank's lie about the hoodie to the jury? No. And I just put up someone else's comment that said, and maybe I missed it because I got on a little late. Bob was here, that she said she wasn't going to do a further instruction and they could address it during closing.
And I think, and I don't know if you guys addressed this, but remember how much of a conniption fit Bev had about the whole ARCA thing. And she was so gravely concerned. And we had to come back another day after she had a margarita break. And we had to have a separate hearing about it. Just about whether or not somebody got paid. So, and then, Hank does this. And
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits. And I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacted subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if the defense wants to make that redaction, you can go into evidence.
Great.
I'll see that with Sharpie and maybe I can take care of it.
I think we probably have one here you can have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
All right.
That's number one. And number two is,
you're
can counsel look at the
verdicts
through the Sharpie and just tell me if
I had that happen once in trial.
Okay with.
I'm sure.
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday, Mr. Eddie.
Wait, what? Let me hear that again.
And just tell me, number two is, can counsel look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay?
Verdict slips.
Why wouldn't they normally?
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday.
Done before.
Yeah, this should have been done yesterday. I mean, out here in Ohio, you do this during the charging conference.
They talked about it, but she didn't make a final decision.
Yeah, which the
could have
notebook guy
affected
is
the
out.
instruction. Could have affected what they asked for in the instructions.
Oh, entirely.
And she had to do last time, call them back out and re-instruct them. That's what she wants to have to do again if this is fucked.
I mean, and I don't understand how you can't argue that's error at that point too, because it denies them the right to make arguments based on the instructions and the verdict forms.
Right.
Like I said, guys, she is a below average judge, and this is half of the judges in America. I mean, she's really bad, but
we saw it in the YSL trial too.
Well, that wasn't even below average. That was just straight up corrupt.
Right. Yeah. And then we had a good judge after that who called called shit when she saw it. She called bullshit.
Yeah, well, she did somewhat.
I mean, I didn't follow as
well.
like
She
every single
still
day,
didn't have the balls to say that was ex parte and that wasn't right. She kind of, she smoothed it over because if she starts you can't attack your tribe. So she was riding for the brand as well.
They don't seem very happy with it. It's not like looks good
No.
to me.
No,
Counsel, you
no,
can keep
guys, the
doing
jury's
that.
outside the
Mr.
courtroom
Rose,
now.
can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them, to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse them, to charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you.
Well, they're clearly not happy with it. They've got questions. They've got thoughts.
Alessi did not. Alessi's like, I think Alessi's like,
Look,
it's too
Karen's
late
like, wait
now.
a minute. What are we going to do now? I'm not happy with this.
Yeah.
Ooh, Karen's got thoughts.
Well, I don't blame her at all. Dee is saying, why didn't they request to see him? Because Bev didn't give him to him. So.
Oh yeah, we got to start a verdict clock somehow.
Yeah.
Verdict watch. How long they've been gone?
House long.
House long.
So, Your Honor, I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Mr. Yannetti can stand.
Thank you.
I want everyone.
Oh, that's why they're
I
pissed.
understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And
they weren't told.
we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury. So we are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option, given the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip. So we would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law that supports that proposition, Mr. Yannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there in this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean,
So
sorry guys, I'm just going to pause it because my issue is if she was going to use that verdict form and she was going to make it crystal clear, she should have said to the jurors, you're going to get a verdict form.
Yes.
On this count.
Yes.
You find not guilty on the charge. You sign not guilty. And the rest, if you leave them blank, that means not guilty.
Yes. And the fact that she did not go over the form with them.
Right.
Is, and I'm sure it's that way out in Chicago. If the judge didn't do that, you would have been like, wait, judge, when are we going to go over the forms?
Right. And
I don't see,
because it was an issue last time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what she's going to say. I'll loop back a second.
To be inaccurate.
Allow it.
Okay.
I'm gonna allow it.
So that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Right, well, all we can do is object, Judge, and you make the decision.
Request more.
The last couple,
If you find authority for that, let me know. Okay.
the last couple things, judges, that we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop, thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think that's fine. But
All right, so we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
and then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
All right, so court, please.
Unbelievable. Let me just get.
I told you guys she's a hack. Bev is a hack.
And Brennan was proven a phony.
She's absolutely horrible at her job.
Ay, ay, ay. You guys, this is frustrating as shit. She said crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to make it crystal clear.
Well, to an idiot like Bev, I'm sure that was crystal clear. Shabog says, have I heard of Judge Goal? Yes, Judge Goal's on her own level of horrible. This is...
I mean, they're horrible in different ways.
Yeah. Yes, one was horribly corrupt, and this one is... She thinks she's smart, and she doesn't realize she's not. Which one was Judge Holbrook? I forget which case that was.
Was that YSL? That's what I'm not sure.
Well, no, that was Judge Whitaker. There was Judge Glanville, then Judge Whitaker. Trying to remember.
Judge Holbrook. Colorado?
I
don't know.
I don't know.
We'll have to think on that one, Liam.
Yeah. Oh, Judge Holbrook in the he was in the Dr. Husel trial. Oh no, Bev is far dumber than that guy. Far dumber than that guy, Liam. Canoni is worse.
I mean, Close says, why doesn't a lawyer with some balls and ask her why she's so hell-bent on not making them confusing? Well, the Supreme Judicial Court upheld, my instructions and my verdict slip, and so I'm doing it all fine. Despite the fact that the jurors were confused, and the jurors told you they were confused.
Mm-hmm. And why isn't Yannetti doing it? Because Yannetti has to swim in this pond when the battle's over. And also, if you call her out and say, why are you such a complete, tard, it still doesn't do anything, because you heard Yannetti say it. Well, all I could do is object. You're going to do what you want anyway.
Right.
That's about as close to telling her off as, it doesn't matter what I say. You know it. So.
Mandy Tracy, we're on verdict watch. Let's see. Are there any people who are available of our list for today that want to go on at some point? Let's see. I mean, so Kaylee says the middle-aged man of color never has taken a note. Is that from something someone posted that's watching?
I think so. I mean, some jurors are like that, but also there's jurors that they take a ton of notes. They're lost in taking notes.
Right.
Yeah.
So people know their own, like what works for them, and he might take notes afterwards, like at the end of the day somewhere, Keith wants to know, Sean, how many beers have you cleared in a single day?
Well, in my professional drinking days in college and whatnot, quite a few. Past decade or so, not so many.
There you go. Tony, the judge in Lori Daybell trial was amazing. Patience of a job and fair. I mean, he had his moments, but he also was, in the beginning at least, patient and fair.
The Darrell Brooks judge, she was truly patient.
Yeah,
she was truly patient.
And Amy's Positive Pathways was speaking on the manslaughter and the DUI homicide charges that they need to meet all the prongs to be guilty. So she just can't have operated a motor vehicle on a public way, been intoxicated. She still needs to cause his death with that. She still needs to cause his death with it.
And I still don't understand how they can get the lesser included when Hank stood up there and just said it was all intentional. I still don't understand how you can get that jury instruction when he clearly showed this is 100% intentional. Sorry, if that's it, then you get no lessers. There is no negligent homicide. You don't get any of it.
But it sounded like the defense was asking for some of those lessers.
Yeah, I know,
I don't
but
know if it was all
I
of them
don't-
or.
It makes me worry though that they're asking for those.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I think Bob's. Oh, looky here. We are joined by the renowned lawyer.
Come on.
How do I'm going to switch all our faces this way. Don't worry, everybody. I'm watching the screen down there. Nothing's going to pop off right now. Let me ask you, Mark, did the judge make it crystal clear with the jury instructions and the verdict sheet? Did she make it crystal clear?
I full confession. I'm embarrassed to say, having done this too many times, the jury charge, which obviously is the most boring part of the world.
Right.
I tuned out.
Okay,
I did not.
She didn't. I'll
see
tell
it.
you that. She didn't. And then what just happened was they finally just showed the defense the verdict slip the way she wanted them. And it's the same way with guilty or not guilty under the manslaughter charge. And then all the lessers, they said 7 of them, just say guilty, 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 guilty. They asked again, there's too many guilty options on this sheet. Can you add a not guilty option? She says no. Is there any legal support for, what you're asking for? Well, there's not much legal authority on this issue at all. But judge, the jurors were confused. You didn't even say to them on this slip, if you choose not guilty and you sign not guilty for the main charge, and then as long as you don't sign guilty for the lesser included, that means you're sticking with your not guilty. Something.
But I was upheld last year, so I'm sure that's what she must have said.
Yes. I mean, she didn't. She just implied it.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
She said it earlier. She said it yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
that's that's the joke I've always made. A lot of people who've listened to me rant and rave. Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. This is how we do it. It is what it is. Welcome to Massachusetts.
Yanetti's response to her at that whole thing, he's like, "Look, I'm objecting, but you're going to do what you're going to do."
Right.
Isn't that great?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she said crystal clear. She knew the judges were confused. It doesn't make any sense to me how she could just say there's no legal authority. The SCJ said, or the SJC said that I was right. And even though I know jurors were confused, I'm not willing to unconfuse them.
Why can't you just put a not guilty next to every guilty and make it clear what you're suggesting? I mean, it's not rocket science.
No.
So I got chills with Brennan Jackson's closing.
It was good.
It was really good.
No, that was really, really good. And it was perfect tone, perfect delivery. Hammering reasonable doubt, hammering the science, obviously, weaving in nicely some of the other problems they had with the case, and finishing up again with the science. And I mean, I loved it. I thought it was a home run. And the idea of making the little electronic board with the sticky notes of reasonable doubt is perfect. And I don't think Brennan addressed 10% of it, which I mean, that's a whole nother conversation, what he did, which I still don't know what the hell he was doing.
I know. And you had Alan Jackson say, I venture to guess he's going to ignore those x-rays. He's not even going to mention it. And his silence speaks volumes over and above any concocted, he didn't say bullshit, but, bullshit excuse that he can come up with. And that's exactly what he did. Now, there's a couple things I thought AJ should have added in there that he didn't, but one that stands out to me that could have been switched to a Commonwealth trying to pull the wool over your eyes was about the weight of the arm. I would have wanted to hear him say something like, and what did Hank try to do? Why did the Commonwealth go after Dr. Wolf about using the 50th percentile arm? And act like it was outrageous and try to impeach him on this and make it seem to you he did something wrong when their very own expert used the same thing. And when Dr. Rentschler explained, this is the way it's done in the standard industry. And I bet you, despite all of that, Mr. Brennan's going to get up here after this and try to tell you that Dr. Wolf did something wrong using the same 50 percentile arm that their expert used, and sort of take the wind out of that sail.
Yeah. To me, though, the part that was really stunning is what did he do? Brennan probably spoke for almost an hour and a half. And I think he must have given no more than 5 minutes total to any form of science, whether it be a pathologist or an engineer altogether. And of the approximately 5 minutes, it seemed that a lot of that was spent on Signal, deleting text messages, eating sandwiches, and taking Uber rides and all that nonsense. And then I think he even said at the very end, as far as the ARCA guys, I don't want to get into that too much. Dude,
I'm not going to dignify their response.
Yeah, I mean, they annihilated your whole case. You might want to talk a little bit about that, as opposed to maybe spending more time on analogizing your theory of murder to some teenage punk throwing a rock over a cliff.
The worst analogy to me. I was like, this analogy is literally crazy. It doesn't speak to what he's even trying to say that she did. And he builds it up like she makes this decision and she drives forward and she puts it in reverse. And then he breaks to say how I'm not going to tell you that was intentional for him to kill it.
He gets the last word. It's such a huge advantage, obviously. And, you would expect that he would have. I understand he has a script. You could tell he's, whatever. And he's very good at not using notes and all that stuff. But it's remarkable that he didn't, in responding to the defense summation, I mean, they really bludgeoned him with so many easy to understand concepts of reasonable doubt. And he just stuck to his script and didn't even address and pivot. And that's surprising because he's very experienced. He's been around a long time, whether you like him or not. He knows how to do this. And it's just, he said, I'm sticking to my script. And he really didn't respond to any of the very strong arguments.
Right.
He wanted to do it his way. And to me, that was a huge mistake.
He didn't even mention the damn x-rays. I'm going to swap out for Bob. So, and then I'll come back and join you guys.
Downgrade. Downgrade in progress. Downgrade in progress. Gentlemen,
also,
how are you?
Mark, nice to meet you. I haven't had a chance to really run into you.
Sean.
Neither, Mark.
Mark Betterow.
Yeah. I'm a schmucky attorney in Cleveland, so there you go.
All right. Well,
I'm not a big fancy Boston lawyer like some of
neither
we're watching.
I'm just a Boston moved to sleazy New York City, but what's that?
So what did I miss? How was the jury? How was the charging of the jurors?
I didn't watch, as I just confessed.
Bev is awful. Bev is an awful judge, and it came through there. The verdict forms were not. Nobody saw the verdict forms until about 10 minutes ago.
Wow.
Which, like I said, I'm out here, shoeing horses in cow country when I go to trial. But we even get the verdict forms before the jury gets them. Like it's just nonsense what she's done.
Yeah,
are they using pattern? Do they use pattern instructions in mass, or
how could they not? You'd have to think they do, but why wouldn't they look at the verdict sheets before she gives the charge and sort that out?
Yeah.
What is the point of a charging conference if she's going to write up some shit and show it to him 10 minutes before she's going to read it? Like, that's the whole point of a charging conference, so you can debate and argue and bicker about what you wanted to say. Wow. I don't know. So I missed. What did you guys think of the Mark? I caught the ass end of your evaluation of the closings. Yeah, dude, Brennan, like zero factual evidence geared argument at all. He wove a tale. Like,
Yeah,
he literally just wove a story about what he thinks happened using
it. I think part of his, I mean, obviously, if you had a perfect world, you would, walk around, no notes and all that. And he's good at that. He definitely is one of those. That's fine. But I almost wonder if in this situation, he damaged himself because he had a script and he was going to deliver it. And it becomes harder if you're going to pivot and go to respond to what he's saying, to walk around and not be, maybe attached more to the podium, if you will. And he just seemed bent on wanting to do it his way, but he wasn't responsive. He had the last word and he gave it away. You wouldn't even know that he was responding to Alan. They could have given those simultaneously, like same time submissions. I mean, how do you not go after these compelling points that, the sticky notes, the electronic sticky note that was going up one at a time, and not try to dismantle those? I don't get it.
Well, even worse though for Hank, and this is something he didn't even start off with the most obvious thing, which I would have, Alan Jackson says there's no collision, there's no collision, there's no collision. You know what? There's Hank could easily just started with, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Regardless of whether or not you think that's bullshit or not, that is a very powerful thing. And just starting off with that, he didn't even do that. And
that would be addressing some of the things that, or another thing I thought he could have come right out. I mean, there came a point, but it was like an hour and 10 minutes into it where I think he mentioned the word Proctor for the first time.
Yeah.
And, when he gave that little speech, which was fine, how Proctor basically is a dirtbag and all of that, but why wouldn't you do that and say, ladies and gentlemen, let's get in front of something right here and right now and talk about, he called him the boogeyman. And why he's not necessary in their view. Why would you just kind of bury that an hour and 20 minutes into it when you've already kind of lost the jury? And why would you not address the science? Why are you talking about all this stuff about, and they pulled up here and they did this? And I mean, his strongest arguments or, these freaking clips.
Oh, Mark, I said, imagine a world in which Karen doesn't do the interviews and try to imagine what that closing would have looked like.
Oh, that would have been awful.
It would have been terrible.
It's devoid of any kind of evidence or facts, and they're the ones with the burden.
But even the clips, how are you overcoming the science?
That's the thing.
Well, you can't.
Yeah, he just didn't address it at all. It was,
and that's where I think Alan Jackson, messed up a little bit. He should have said, "Yeah, the data doesn't lie. John O'Keefe's arm isn't broken. So there's, either John O'Keefe has an indestructible arm." And I think that's where they should have really focused on the fact that even Walter said, well, I'm not going to stand there and get hit at 20 miles an hour. It's because your arm's going to break.
Right.
And either John O'Keefe.
And
either John O'Keefe, yes, was one of these astronomical lottery ticket odds of he got hit by a car and nothing happened to him. Which, point out the jury, you don't get to be on a reasonable doubt by saying, oh, well, maybe the 1 in a million thing happened.
Right.
What is the most logic? Why would you not do this yourself? Because you don't want to get hurt. And he didn't get hurt. And, this is where the data doesn't match the reality of what you're seeing. Well, something's wrong. And John O'Keefe's x-rays are correct. So then something else doesn't add up. I understand a lot of people are very confused. Like, well, what about all the glass? And I know there's a lot of people who don't believe the theories of planted evidence, but, yes, people have survived falling skydiving and their parachute doesn't open. That doesn't mean we can all go do that. The logical outcome is
I wouldn't try it based on the fact that a couple people have survived.
Yeah. Or I think the funny one on Twitter is they're talking about the guy who survived the plane crash in India. And they're like, well, he survived. I'm like, what happened to the other 250 people on the airplane?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Twitter, the Twitterverse.
I'm just saying it's a great example of just when your perceptions don't match reality, you need to reevaluate your perception. You don't reevaluate reality. And I think Jackson could have really hammered on that and just say, look, she couldn't have hit him without her. If he didn't get hurt, if he wasn't hurt, she didn't hit him, or I don't know. Try to be a little cute with that. But I think the only thing I was thinking as I thought about that is Hank could say, well, you know what? He got hurt. His skull fractured. But I don't know if Hank would have been that slick to counter that based on things there. But
I don't know how he could have. I mean, my thing, I thought it was a home run as well by Jackson. I was exceptionally impressed with it. And like I was telling Mark last night, it's like I'm not a reader. I've never kind of been chained to the podium and gone through. But the advantage to doing that is it's well rehearsed, and we know that Alan fine tunes that thing immaculately, and the delivery was beautiful. It was poignant in all the places you wanted it to be poignant. You needed that strong constitutional language in there, and he hit everything that I wanted him to hit, and he gave the appropriate shade to Higgins. Because it equaled exactly what they put forth during the trial in terms of the cross. You know what I mean? He leaned into what he needed to, and he touched on what he needed to touch on.
So I thought he did a masterful job in dealing with Higgins and Proctor. I mean, look, as you know, I would have called them even still, but knowing what their strategy was and how they were going to do it and not calling them, I thought he did a superb job in using Higgins. Obviously, there's a lot of sketchy things, and the jury's going to wonder, again, not that it's a third party culprit. Obviously, they're not arguing that, but tethering the Higgins sketchiness to Proctor and saying they didn't even look. Very good job at that.
Great job.
If you're not going to call them, he did it the right way.
I mean, you need a boogeyman, because if John didn't get hit by the car, how the fuck did he die? You know what I mean? It's like you need to give the jury at least that much. And he planted the seeds beautifully. And Mark, as we both called for, and I'm sure Sean, you've been calling for it on your. I mean, they pounded him over the head with reasonable doubt. What it is, how it's defined. Read it repeatedly, talked about the concept of moral certainty, and I agree. I loved what they did, and we didn't really get to see it the way that the jurors were seeing it in terms of the sticky notes of like reasonable doubt after reasonable doubt, like all these different things are reasonable doubt, and like it's everything I could have asked for in terms of him just absolutely pounding them over the head with what the concept of reasonable doubt is, because that's where this case lives. So, I mean, I gave it an absolute A+, even taking into consideration that I'm exceptionally biased. I mean, my position on this case is very clear. It has been for a long time. Notwithstanding that, the guy fucking knocked it out of the park. The thing,
he really did a nice.
Yeah, I mean, like us as attorneys, when you're watching it, and Mark, you were talking about it last night. I love watching closings, and I was excited to see what the fuck Hank was going to do, disappointed, he whiffed just like I thought he would.
Yeah, like we were talking about last night. I mean, in many ways, I was more intrigued to see how the hell is he going to dig himself out of this. And he started with, the sympathy factor. And I'm like, all right. I mean, and he actually, by his standards, was almost emoting. He was almost sounding, like you actually are able to modulate and sound more than just that,
monotone, droning.
And so I'm like, all right, he's going to like try to butter him up and then go for the jugular with when he's got them all soft. I'm like, let's see where this goes. And then 3 minutes of that, and then it just turned into we're right back where he started and what he's doing, and you start looking at your phone and doing other things, and it's not like we're like Alan just grabs you.
I was riveted.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he just grabs you with the manner of delivery and the substance. And, again, Brennan's going, and I'm thinking, when is he going to get to the science? So it's getting late. I mean, I can't believe this.
Mark, I tweeted, I think he was about an hour 10 in, and I said, I'm still waiting for, I'm like, he's well into deep into this thing, and he hasn't talked about any of the evidence.
Well, this is the funny thing. Look, obviously none of this is all that compelling to me, but He didn't mention the CERT tail light recovery, which if look, you're going to argue it's not planted, there is a motive or an opportunity to plant that. But, from his perspective, do you really think that could happen? He never, as far as I could tell, unless I was daydreaming because it got boring, so I might have tuned out. I don't think he mentioned the shards of glass in the hoodie because I don't think he wants to touch the hoodie. It's like the third rail for him now.
Yeah.
He is, because of what he did, and he got clobbered on that and never pushed back.
That was smart of him not to go there.
Right, but he made his own bet on that. So he never talked about the CERT team. He never talked about the shards of glass. He never talked about all this, so-called powerful evidence that is supposed. I mean, he basically abandoned Welcher for the most part.
He abandoned Burgess.
And then misled on his LinkedIn. No, my guy, that's not. They didn't mislead. He lied.
Well, and the funny thing that he did with Burgess is like, oh, you all can laugh about him and his, his little LinkedIn not being updated. And no, the fucking guy lied flat out.
He made up a degree that does not exist. Yes. Nobody else could have done that.
And he couches it in the terms like, he's like,
we've all been there.
If they can't attack the data, they attack the person. And then what does he do? He goes and he attacks ARCA. He didn't challenge personally. He attacked them, saying, they're biased, they're using Signal, and doesn't address any of the science. Any of it.
He spent more time talking about Uber rides, Signal, deleted text, and ham sandwiches than he did in explaining why the taillight, in his view, could not have been planted.
Right.
That's shocking to me.
He had zero answers. That's why, we can't sit here stunned, but because we know what the answer as to why he didn't do it. He didn't have a response. He didn't have an answer. He didn't put on anybody that could in any way, shape, or form fight what ARCA was saying in terms of the science. So he just didn't rebut it. What could he have said? I was sitting there thinking all right, if I'm Hank, how am I attacking ARCA when I didn't provide any of my own evidence disputing their findings or their opinions? There was nothing there. There was nothing there, And so, at the end of and Mark, remember my concern last night? I was talking about, if I'm Hank, I'm going in and saying, if not then it had to have been then, and I'm leaning in on the only kind of quasi testing that Welcher had done where they bought an SUV, a Lexus, and they went and drove it right next to John's thing or a vehicle. But he didn't touch it. He didn't touch it. And that was the only thing he had.
I agree. If you are, look, I wouldn't want to be in his position, obviously, with these facts. And I would never take this case. But if you said, okay, let's play the game, what would you do? How do you not argue if you're him? You got to deal with the hand you're dealt, right? Do the best, whatever. How do you not basically say, if the taillight was not blown out at 34 Fairview, then how and when? And it couldn't be from Meadows. And how do you not just go all in on that? And how do you not mention... God, this thing is never going away. How do you not mention that the ARCA guys never were asked about any analysis related to Meadows? And the inference is obvious. They must not have even been asked because, whatever, play the game.
Right.
How do you not point that out that they, in essence, don't have science other than cross-examining Welcher to hit that and not say it had to come from somewhere, and it couldn't have come from there. So, it's like the prosecution version of it. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Absolutely.
And I still think that, how did the glass get there? There's no other reason unless you believe the police went out there and dropped it all over.
He also, look, it just tells you how upside down this case is. Proctor's Proctor, that Kelly Dever, she is what she is.
Oh yeah,
the cops in this case are so bad. And then you get Barrows, who is the one indisputably clean guy who is just there.
Right.
Yeah. He was prosecution witness the first time. He basically gave the same answer, but nobody ever asked him the ultimate question. It seems obvious to me after the first trial, he learned that, oh my God, this was like a really big point. So this time he comes in and Brennan has the gall to basically suggest that he's lying. You know, he ran to go see the defense at their hotel just to get a subpoena. He sat there for 2 hours. I mean, he's basically saying he's lying. You know, the ARCA people are not credible because of their signal use. And I'm just sitting here thinking, if you're trying to demonstrate reasonable doubt, okay. I mean, you're doing a good job of saying, at least keep me in the game for like 30 or 40%, but you kind of need to go, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not even arguing it. You're just trying to be plausible, which is really what the other guy is supposed to be.
Right. Plausible doesn't work for the state. Yeah, that's not where you live. Yeah, my favorite low-key addition was the fact that Jackson threw up the light, the photographs of the light that Hank likes to talk about, how they're illuminated,
Users,
and harken back to the fact that if the diffuser is broken, which in Hank Brennan's version of events, it's absolutely destroyed because they're finding it in the yard. There's no way that light illuminates. It was such a huge point that he just snuck right there in the middle of his closing, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. And like, I would not be shocked if that fact alone is a game changer for jurors if they're on the fence with this thing, because that's the fact, that light. And I saw it first from just a concerned citizen. This Be in Trouble 31 did the testing, and he was the first guy, because I was begging for it after the first trial. I'm like, does this thing even light up? You know, like, what happens with this thing when it breaks?
Yeah.
When it breaks the diffuser, he's like, it doesn't light. There is no illumination at all.
I thought maybe, I mean, again, I think it was a home run, and we're nitpicking here.
Yeah.
But that might have warranted maybe a deeper dive, the topic of diffusers, if you will, for another 3 to 5 minutes, and simply in the context of, you know, it's critical, you know, the diffuser, it diffuses light. That the light is in the corner, and the way the whole thing lights up is a diffuser, and mention what the ARCA guy said. The diffusers are not in that 5 millimeter layer. They're in the belly of the beast of that. And you know, and he did a great job saying if the diffuser's broken, there's no light and there's lights. But what he might have maybe dug a little deeper in is say how many different tests and how many different speeds the ARCA guys did. And you saw the video smashing in, and in none of those was the diffuser damaged. And then maybe even played the last one where, you know, the dummy just gets trucked dead on, blasts the rear windshield, goes flying, dents the whole car. And even then, I think the testimony was some of the diffuser was destroyed, but not as much in Karen's SUV. And it leads to the only conclusion that somebody took a hammer, went to town, and it's just a matter of physics. It can't be. But I mean, I think it resonates. I think using the picture was very important.
It was.
And you know what else? I mean, there's no evidence of this that was actually introduced, and if it's even true. But, you know, Brennan keeps talking about, you know, look at that. The corner of the light is out. It's white. It's this. And I don't know if they're getting cute with the pictures or doing anything, but there's still all that red going almost around, meaning the diffuser works.
Right.
But it can't work. It's impossible.
It cannot work. It does not illuminate.
I don't know what's going on here, but something sketchy is going on there.
It's like, that's the thing. It would be pitch black. That side of the vehicle had the damage occurred the way that Hank Brennan
no light,
none. It would have been black. There would have been no illumination whatsoever. Yeah, I just thought that was like for me, because that was something I didn't even think of in terms of like, kind of was going through my head, like the checkpoints like that I'd want to hit, because he addressed that that aspect where I was talking about it last night, where, you know, look, if I'm Hank, if Hank's smart, he's arguing, look, you saw evidence from Welcher that this, you know, collision that took place between Karen and John's vehicle could not have caused, I mean, if he's sticking to his story, could not have caused the damage to the taillight. That only leaves one place wherein the damage could have happened, and that's in front of 34 Fairview when Karen hit John. So, like, I thought that Alan addressed it perfectly. Like you said, when Hank did it, because Alan doesn't know what Hank's going to get into. It's like you're trying to do that kind of predictive.
Yeah, it's such an advantage for the prosecutor.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it, but he didn't use it.
Didn't use it.
No.
He didn't use it. He was so married to the clips of Karen Reed that, I mean, that was his beginning and end. I mean, when I'm saying he literally just made up a story just filled with supposition, like born out of his own brain. I mean, it was literally a work of fiction. I mean, he just wrote, I could write that. I could write that story right now. Oh, you know, yeah, Karen and John dropped him off. She was pissed off that he was going in. John saw the text from Higgins and he went in. I mean, I can make up all kinds of shit. Like, none of it makes it true and none of it's factual. And when he just avoids at all cost any actual evidence in the case, I like, and we know you never know what a jury's going to do, but like, man, I just can't see a world in which they come back with anything other than an NG on this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to see 12 out of 12 convict. That I think would shock the hell out of all of us.
Yeah, it really would. It really would.
That's why I still think a hung jury is still a real option.
I mean,
I think there's enough that there's enough has been presented that somebody who's not critically thinking could say, well, there's glass all over, and that's, you know, it had to have happened, and they'll go with hey, it was the fluke accident this time. I mean, there's enough there. Like, I could easily see 2-3 people holding out.
I mean, that in that type of situation, you know, if those people exist on the jury, is there enough there for them to withstand 9 other people coming at them hard for hours and hours?
Not if somebody makes it clear what reasonable doubt means. And, you know, I mean, again, I don't know how influential any individual juror is, but I mean, that's why people probably, depending on your side, hate lawyers being in there. But like some of them, like us, who would be terrible jurors, obviously.
Terrible.
Look, probably did it is reasonable doubt. I know. I mean, that sounds counterintuitive, but it clearly is. And the bottom line is, even if you say, oh, how'd the glass get there? How do you not have a juror rebound and say, well, Barros, okay. The ARCA witnesses, all 3 forensic pathologists who were saying this is not consistent. I mean, how do you, I mean, that's like the firewall for the defense. How do you ever get through that? No matter what you come up with, yeah, but the science. It's like, yeah, but
it's always, yeah, but the science.
You can't use that wall. I mean, reasonable doubt is behind that wall, and or proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I don't disagree with you, Mark. I will just say, though, there was a case I covered last year. It was George Kelly. He was an Arizona rancher. He was accused of murdering a Mexican guy hopping across the border because he lived right on the wall.
I didn't follow it, but I know.
Yeah. Well, he got a hung jury. It was 11-1, and they had the one person. They said they were going at it, and the one person's like, "Nope, I think he did it. I think he did. Clearly he didn't do it." But that person dug in like that, and they end up getting a hung jury and dismissed with prejudice. So I'm just saying, I definitely could see it.
A sane prosecutor said, I can read the signs. 11-1. I got one kook. Yay for me. Dismissed.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And to Sean's point, I mean, there certainly can be a juror or 2 or 3 that buy into kind of the story of what happened with Karen that night in terms of, but that rebuttal of the science is like Mark said, it's impossible to overcome in terms of,
I agree.
If they're actually back there doing what they're supposed to be doing, and if they're they're allowing themselves to be challenged. And if they're sitting there saying, all right, well, I've got to try to come up with an explanation to defeat these other things, because I don't think that the two things have to be mutually exclusive. I think that maybe a bunch of the things that Hank is guessing happened actually did happen. None of that means that Karen hit John with the vehicle. And what proof that we have of that is the science. Like,
Why?
So they're trying to convince a juror that they're like, all right, well, I think it's right on. I think Karen was pissed off. I think she was drunk. I think she slammed it in reverse. I think she went home and she was still pissed off, and she's calling him and yelling at him and all this shit. And I'm like, okay, let's accept all that is true. All right. However, the problem that you have is that you have a guy whose injuries are in no way indicative that he was hit by a vehicle. Like there is no freak accident wherein your arm turns into pudding and you don't even have a bruise.
I can't. And again, we're all biased. You do this for a living and you analyze it like an exercise from a professional standpoint, but you're not a lay juror. So maybe,
right.
But I just can't get past not just the science generally, but I can't get past the fact that every single doctor basically helps the defense. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life, that there is literally, there were 4 medical doctors and 3 engineers. And I'm discounting Welcher because he was doing finger painting and leaning into it. And just, a classic hired gun expert clown. Let's just put him aside. But if you add the 2 ARCA engineers, there were 4 other medical doctors, 3 forensic pathologists, and Dr. Wolf, the other one, the neurologist. Not a single one of them really did anything to help the prosecution. Their own medical examiner, no, I can't give you a homicide, and I can't give you any consistency with a car accident. And Brennan's excuses, well, that was only after 90 days of information, she couldn't give us a homicide, but the investigation continued for 2 years. What the hell does that even mean?
Will they even go back to her with the information is the bigger question.
Yeah. Is he saying because we got Shannon Burgess, after, and, he figured out this? The bottom line is the medical examiner was told there's taillight all over the ground. She was told that Karen allegedly said, I hit him. She was told our theory is a car accident, all this stuff. And she's like, yeah, but the body is telling me something different. And like you said, science is the silent witness. Beautiful expression in this context. Yeah. And I just can't fathom how the hell anybody gets past that.
The body tells the tale. The body tells the tale, and in this sense, it's telling the tale of what didn't happen as opposed to what did. Yeah, I don't like. How long do you guys think this thing is going to go? I think, because what time did they start going back? Around
2:45.
45.
Yeah, about 45. I think Monday.
Yeah, I think Monday is probably the day. You want them to do the work, and if there are, because typically they go back, they do a straw poll, see where people are.
She told him not to do one though.
She did. What? Where the fuck does she get off telling them not to do a straw poll?
She's done it before. I don't know. We're lawyers, obviously. Tell them the rules of the road, that a judge has to tell them, but who the hell are you to tell them how?
Right.
Yeah.
Fact finders to find fact. And the reality is this: if they did a straw poll, whatever she says or didn't say, if they did a straw poll and suppose, it's 10-2 to acquit, that's actually a great way to lead discussion, because you could very well have a 4-person say, take the 2 people and say, what are you thinking? Tell me what you say you think right now that she's guilty based on what? You steer the discussion. Tell us what we should think about. And, it's like a nice natural flow. By telling them how to do it, you run the risk of the 4-person being like, how's it going? Who wants to start?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
If there's a majority, I'd want to hear from the minority as to what the problem is and go from there.
100%. Or even if it's split down the middle, then at least you prepare.
They need to know where they stand.
We're about to dig in here. Yeah. This shit's about to get real.
Yeah, they spent the past month doing all the stupid small talk, getting to know each other. There's no more talking about the Red Sox. There's no more talking about the Celtics or the Bruins. Like we've got to talk about the case now.
Right.
So, yeah, I agree. But I was mystified when she said that. Don't do a straw poll.
I don't understand the rationale behind that. I mean, you want to see where people, because like everybody's formed an opinion. Let's not pretend that every juror that was in that box has not formed some kind of opinion of where they're sitting when they walk back in that deliberation room. So why wouldn't you want it out on the table? Like, then you know what you're up against. And if it's 11 to what, like what is this? Kind of like hide the ball shit? Like, well,
it's more of that.
Really, I mean, you're going to go around the table like, all right, who's guilty?
Yeah. Well, and they're not stupid. So as they start going through the evidence, when people start giving their input, it's going to be very clear how they're viewing the evidence is determining where they stand. So they're going to know where they all stand roughly anyway.
I'm just trying to understand how that works, like in real life, like how you get back there with 12 people and you're not like where are you at? Like, what are you thinking? Right. Like right off the bat.
To me,
I want to know if I'm going back with you two guys, I'm like, all right, where the fuck you at?
Why not clarify and see what you choose?
Can we get this done today?
Right. Are we going to have a good weekend? Or are we coming back?
I would imagine, even if they did, some cheesy version of a straw poll, even if it was like on paper, private, whatever, if it turned out to be 12-0, okay, if that's what happened, even then, I'm sure somebody would say, let's look at this and be satisfied. They're not going to literally say, okay, we're done deliberating because we took a straw poll and it's 12-0. What I would suggest, editorializing, if they took a straw poll and it's 12-0, well, maybe we shouldn't be here, but
Right. I mean, what happens if you don't do a straw poll? What happens if they're all one way or the other? What are you just talking to talk? Oh, well, it seems like all of us seem to be in agreement. Are we allowed to ask each other at this point? Like, when are you allowed to do a straw poll? Did she give some kind of delineation? You can do your first straw poll an hour and a half in. I want you talking about the case. It's so weird.
Look, again, you don't know how jurors would do it. They look at it differently than we do. The only thing that I could even fathom as kind of a way to start a discussion on a case like this and really see where everybody slots up is to say, does anybody have any thoughts about the taillight? Meaning, do we believe or not that it could have been planted or not? And if everybody agrees at some point, whether it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 6 hours, whatever it is, that it's entirely reasonable that it was planted, which I think it's more than reasonable. It's hard to I don't want to be on tinfoil hat, but it's actually likely in light of all the evidence. But if they get to the point where it's reasonable with everything else going on in this case, then let's get out of here and go to the Cape. We're done. That's it. That is
right.
You could even take like a witness like Barrows, okay, and say, does anybody not believe him? And then even if you believe him, does anybody think that he's not credible in what he purports to report? It doesn't have to be lying. He could be mistaken. Fine. If he's credible and they believe him and that he's accurate, in other words, that the taillight was nowhere near the condition that the state police said and what Jennifer McCabe said and Kerry Roberts said, then I don't know how you say, we're out of here. We're done. Literally. There's nothing to talk about. That's per se reasonable doubt.
100%. Absolutely. Like there's no question about it. So somebody just said that they tagged me in a tweet where we see the actual verdict slip. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay.
Because I'd like to pull it up if I can. I'm not seeing it.
Here it is. Christina Rex says, and I just
did Christina pull it? Let me see.
Yeah. So murder is just not guilty of the offense charged. And then when you get to, oh boy, the manslaughter count 2, it is a freaking mess.
Okay, here I got it. Let me share this real quick.
It's like legal throw up on paper. It's just, and the third one is clean too, but the second one's a disaster.
All right, let me throw this thing up real quick. Let me get it.
Although it does say not guilty of the offense or any lesser included offense. I mean, I
got to see how this looks here.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay.
I'm just glad StreamYard's like not crapping out like it was yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean that was brutal. Wait, wrong thing. Wrong thing.
See, that was rough, and I was doing the restream of the trial. I wasn't even live.
Yeah, it was super glitchy. There was some weird glitch shit like where it kept blacking out. All right, so let's see. Okay, so this is
okay.
So this is the verdict slip for offense number 1, murder in the second. Pretty straightforward.
That makes sense to me.
All right. So
also, not guilty's on top. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make that the first choice.
Okay, and then here's the mess. I can tell.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so this is what we got here. All right.
It's the top offense or any lesser. I mean,
so
it's confusing.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Okay, and then which, if you're a juror, you're already confused as to what the fuck that means. What does that mean? So does that mean that I had to find, like, because if they're not clear on, I mean, are they just assuming because they're not attorneys that the murder 2 is not a lesser included? You know what I mean? Like, where's the instruction to say, okay, murder 2 is a standalone charge here. It's not included as a lesser included of.
I think she specified that. I think, but
All
yeah,
right.
it should be spelled out explicitly.
You know what I do? This is just a Massachusetts thing. I mean, maybe I'm an outlier, but like in New York, you would have an indictment with multiple counts. You wouldn't have 3 indictments. They call this 3 indictments, but there would be 1 indictment. Count 1 would be murder. Count 2 would be this, and count 3 would be that. And it just flows so much more logically in terms of how do you separate. You go down the line, 1, 2, 3, and these have no numbers. These are all over the place, and you can't tell that there is a logical flow on how to do this. And I don't know why they have literally a separate piece of paper, a separate charging instrument, even for just the indictments, as they say. And you end up with this. And I mean, you look at, this is numbered what, down to 5 with all these guilty boxes to check?
Well, it's 5 with A and B. So it's like not only just 5, but it's 2 with 2A, 2B. And it's actually like 7.
Yeah.
I mean, like on this verdict slip, the verdict slip alone is going to take them 2 hours to figure out. Like in terms of just deliberations taking a certain amount of time, and I'm not even saying that in jest, because, you know, when you're sitting back there as a juror and there's a high likelihood that you've never looked at a verdict slip in your entire life, never had reason to, and you're sitting here and you're realizing that whatever you mark on this sheet is going to determine that woman's fate that's sitting out in the courtroom. I mean, you're going to sit there, if it's not abundantly clear, questioning whether or not you're filling it out right.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we've all filled out like an important document before, like where a lot of shit's riding on. You're like nervous when you're filling it out. You're like, oh man, did I make a? So like this thing is just insane to me. It really is.
I totally think so.
I guess I'm going to give her some credit for putting the not guilty of the offense charged, right? I mean, that's the thing that she didn't have last time, right? That Alan.
Yeah, I mean, if you read it literally, or any lesser included offense, I mean, I do think that means, you know, everything on this page.
Right.
But the optics of like you said, 7 or so or even more than that of boxes to check for guilty. I don't like the optics of, pick one.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems, I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, so here's the
one
deal.
Thing I just wanted to add in. I think there's an issue about the jurors. They're not even necessarily worried about what's going to happen, but I mean, and I think it's funny. It's a funny thing I had last year. It was a misdemeanor assault case, and the jurors were out for 3 hours deliberating, and both me, the prosecutor, and the judge were all sitting there looking at each other like what's the deal? Like this should have been like a 20-minute deliberation one way or another. They sat there because they didn't know that they felt like they were worried that we were going to tell them they hadn't worked hard enough yet. So they sat there basically for 2 hours kind of staring at each other because they thought that would make us happy that we thought they were trying hard. So
I once had a
jurors are guys. That's just for chat. Jurors are so weird.
Yeah, I had a case. It was a DUI that my client insisted I bring to a jury trial, which I did, and I was using a somewhat creative defense. Like it was the fact pattern. I thought warranted me using the defensive necessity in terms of how it played out. It was an unusual defense for a DUI.
But how long did they stay out?
6 hours.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
They came back guilty, but the fact
I
that they spent that much.
kept a former prosecutor from that county who was no longer working for the prosecutor's office on the jury in the hopes that she'd be intellectually honest and she'd explain the concept of it. Needless to say, she fucked me. She became the foreperson and they came back guilty with it. But lesson learned. All right, Sean.
Yes.
My girl here wants to go play with her girl, her gal pal, Melanie Little. So I think we're dragging Mark and we're going over there. I think we're going to end this stream now and we're going to go hang out over there. So come over there and hang in the chat with us, man.
Sure.
All right. And then, because I wasn't aware of all this, I was doing hitting instructions.
Yeah, so Bob and I both planned different things, different times, and I told Mel we've got Mark, and she's like, "Yeah, I want Mark too." I'm like,
I was sending invites to all my friends. I was like, I just want a bunch of lawyers to talk about this shit. Let's all just talk.
Yeah.
So, Mark,
did you set up a portal for the people we have now, so they're coming to our back to our channel?
I'll do that.
So,
now.
Mark, do you remember if the last trial it said guilty to the charged or lesser included? Did it?
I think it just said not guilty, period. I think.
Okay, because when I saw it, I was looking at it when you guys had it up, and I do think that that's better. That at least it's
a little better.
Yes.
I don't like the optics of like all those guilties and the one not guilty, but at least if you read it carefully, it clearly suggests to anyone with some degree of intelligence that what you're supposed to do. So,
and
I'd like.
And it's also on top, which once again, and chat may not understand. There are times where you will bitch and moan. No, not guilty needs to be top.
Right.
Give him that the first choice.
Oh, if she would have had 7 guilties before not guilty, I mean, that would have been just.
I could see her doing it though.
I could, yeah,
100%. I mean, look, like chat, so you understand what Sean's trying to say. Even when I am creating a poll, I always intentionally put not guilty first in terms of your selection because it matters in terms of what you're reading first. It triggers in your mind. It hits differently. So that's one of those things where it's a great point, Sean. And I think that it's probably lost on a lot of people that kind of like how things are worded and how they're arranged makes a huge difference in terms of people's mentality. Man, Sean, I love you. I love you. Thank you for dropping in, brother.
Sure.
And come back soon and invite me over to your house, man. I don't know if I've
I definitely well, depending if this drags in over the weekend, there'll be a lot to talk about. So
all right, cool.
Thanks
and I'll have you back over, brother.
Bye.
All right, Joe. All right, y'all. I have portaled us over to Melanie.
She says you have the stream. I don't know, Mark, if you're gonna have to leave and then go back to her later.
She sent me something. I'll just log on that. That's fine. I don't know how.
All right, cool. And then we have the invite, Allie.
Which
Do we
she's
have-
text it to us. I don't know how you'll do it. I better email it to you. Because
I don't know how to do it. I'll see you in a few.
We'll
All
see
right.
you in a few.
All right.
Okay.
See you over there.
Bye.
In a minute.
All right, y'all. Follow us over there. You don't have to do anything if you just
portal
allow
them
the
because
portal.
people are leaving and going to Mel's channel, I think, directly.
I know. All right. Well, I'm still going to say goodbye to everybody in the event that they don't want to follow us over, but that would be crazy. You should definitely follow us over. You guys have
It's gonna
been
be on our
incredibly-
stream as well. This is on our stream.
Wait, how are we doing that?
It's a dual stream.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So should I just end the stream?
Well, did you set up the portal and did you click it as a dual that you're streaming it on your channel?
Wait, I have to end the poll. End poll.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So wait.
Really fucking it, babe.
Wait, don't start yelling at me. Don't start yelling at me. So where do I do that? In my stream that we're currently on, I don't see any dual stream shit.
No, in the new stream that you are starting. That
Okay.
you just created the portal to.
No. The portal just sends everybody from this stream over there.
No, not to Mel's stream, to our stream, to our
Oh.
new stream that we're about to start.
Okay, wait, has that been created?
Oh my God, that's what I thought you were doing right now before everyone's leaving.
Wait, how the hell? Like, dude, you're not.
Create a new live with the.
Okay. How do I do that?
Oh my goodness.
I have no idea. I have no idea how to do it because Mel is live right now. Okay.
Yes, and she invited us. We went over this with Mandy. Mandy, where are you?
Mandy, come in here. Is she
she's not
back here? Oh my God.
She sent us an email though.
She did? All right.
Yes.
I don't know how to do. I know that you can stream to our own place once we get over there. So I don't but I don't know that I have to create a new one. Oh,
If
good.
you're on portal people, you do.
No, Allison, you don't understand portaling.
All right. So
Portaling-
just do whatever
portaling
you
is
want.
nothing-
That's going to
It's not-
send them to her channel, not ours.
All right, Mandy, explain. Wait,
I'm really
she's
frustrated that you didn't figure this out before you said
What?
anything.
wait, what? What are you talking? I didn't send anybody anymore. What, like, why are you like frustrated
right.
with me? I was out.
Mandy can't connect, so just do something. I
All
sent
right,
you the email of the stream. It's
Oh,
on
okay.
our channel.
Okay, let me see. Let me look.
It's probably in our StreamYard. I'm leaving the thing and checking.
Okay, I didn't get any email from you at all. Nothing. I got no email, bae. Do you guys see how it is when Allie gets frustrated with me?
You've got to create the new live to portal people to,
Okay, but how does that include Melanie?
because you're using her link to create the
Okay,
stream.
well, you have to send it to me. Like I don't even understand what you're saying. I'm the one who sets up these things, and what you're saying, you sound like a person who's never set up a live.
All
Like
right.
I don't like you're like not understanding what I'm saying. Send me the thing, email it to me. I still haven't gotten an
did.
email from you. Let me see.
If your text worked right.
Get
right,
all new mail. Because like typically the way it goes is if we invite somebody to a stream, we can stream it to both channels.
That's what you're doing.
Just can you send me the email, please?
I did, babe. You know
So
what?
I
This
can
is
look at it.
turning into too much.
It's not too much. Just Melanie's not going anywhere. Mark's not going anywhere. We could take a couple minutes to figure it out. Don't worry. Let me see if I got it on my phone.
You have it on your phone.
No, I'm talking about the email. I'm checking my email on like my email, and I'm not getting it for some reason. I don't know why. Even when I'm hitting get all new mail, because I did get it on my phone. Let me see. All right, so okay.
I sent it to you too, Mandy, if you know how to set it up.
So the link that you sent me says that I tapped on. It says you will enter the studio as a guest. This is just like the invite that we send. Oh wait, never mind. Hold on. Are you a host? Accept all cookies. Okay. All right.
Do
Why
we have
is hold on. I think I might
cancel the portal because now everyone's going to Mel.
all right, hold on. Well, I don't need to cancel. I just need to change it.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not. It hasn't come to my computer email. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know. Give your notifications off.
I don't think so. I'm in my email.
Mandy, you have it. Can you do it?
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, guys. This is like you're seeing real life. I want to reach through the screen and like strangle Bob.
Wow. Yeah, because it's me. I'm
Well,
doing
I
something.
didn't know that you didn't have it set up right, is all.
Dude, I didn't set anything up. Like you don't know. Portaling is just a redirect. That's
All
like
right,
we just
so
use a
just-
funny word for it.
Okay, so just cancel the portal, set up a new stream, and just go.
Well, you just don't understand.
Who are you talking to?
Me, Bob.
She's yelling at me. Let's see.
What did you do?
I haven't done anything yet, but I
supposed to set
portaled it. I portaled it to Mel's current live
instead of.
But
our
I don't
new
see
stream.
anything else to portal it to her. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Just set up the new stream. That's all you
Oh
need to
no,
do.
I've been listening to you squawk the whole time, but I just didn't see Allie on StreamYard. She's just spinning.
Is
so
that
I didn't know
true?
who you were talking to.
Wait, she's.
Can you not
she's-
hear me? Oh, that's good. People can't hear me yelling at you.
Oh, they can hear you.
I know,
seems like
Bob.
you can't. No, see, she thinks you're talking to her.
Wait,
I don't think anyone else
Allie's
can hear
not
me.
even on. I'm so confused. I don't know what the hell's going on.
So, Mandy, you can't see or hear me.
I don't have YouTube open. I only have StreamYard open, and I
Oh,
can't
so the
see
chat they
Allie.
can still hear and see me. So
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm taking that one off. I'm going to redirect. So the only one from Mel I see is closing arguments.
babe, you got to create our stream.
All right. Hold on. Oh my God. Why won't this email will not come to my computer, dude? I don't
Just
know.
a
I
minute.
wish you know how to do it, honey, because then we wouldn't be having this dispute right now. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not getting the email on my computer. I have it on my phone though, so I know you sent it.
All right, I'm just going to try clicking on it and doing it. Entering the studio. Now, tell me.
There's a thing at the top that says, "Are you a host?"
I don't see that on my. I don't see it on mine.
Dang, this is weird that I'm not getting any emails.
You will enter as a guest. The host can add you. So this
So
is not.
I just had a question,
No,
but
but
I
up-
don't know if this is the best time to ask about our guests that are coming on for Verdict
We're
Watch.
going to have to figure that out after this. If it's fluid, everybody, you're coming. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
I'll let everybody know. All right, so I don't know what the hell to do here. I'm not getting like my email's not working.
But it's not giving me the thing that you're seeing about.
Oh,
just-
here, Allie, you know what? And send it to me via Twitter in my DMs. Like,
that's not a thing I can do.
what are you talking about? You just copy it and then you just send it to me in a DM in my Twitter.
I'm not on.
What? You don't have Twitter on your computer?
No, I don't ever go on Twitter except when I have to. You know this.
I realize this
Okay.
is why I never come on camera, because I can't make the faces that I typically make when I'm listening to you guys do this.
All right, let's see. I mean, this is tech wizardry. It's what people pay the big bucks for, to see it in live and in action. All right, I'm gonna close down my email and reopen it because I don't know what the hell's going on with it. It's so weird,
We
man.
just sent our guest away, and
Honey, this is gonna be going on for hours. What do you?
all right, I sent it to you on Twitter.
Oh, good. Thank you. All right, let me check.
I don't see any option to I'm a host.
Okay. So you DM me?
Yeah.
All right.
Congratulations to everyone who paid $50 to watch this.
Okay.
Wow,
All right.
Mandy.
Okay, so it's saying, where's the part where it says?
Yep, I don't see it. So.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna end this now.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. People like
Wait,
real life.
hold on.
We're holding. At this point, you've got 2,400 of us still holding. People are like, some people are like,
No,
look,
hold on.
the Claire's like, what are you trying to do? Maybe I can help. We just figured out we were trying to merge streams with Melanie Little and
Hey, what's up? All right, hold on, Mel. I'm trying to stream this to both audiences. It's been a real cluster.
so should I end
Oh,
this, babe?
God bless it.
Have you tried blowing on it? Oh my God, you guys, this is just too much.
Okay.
I'm just watching the numbers go down.
Well, they've been going down from 4,000, so.
All right, now hold on. I think I got it figured out.
Yeah, right. Verdict's in. Gwen said it would be hilarious if the verdict came in just now. Yep. Oh
wait.
God. And somebody donated $100. We're not even looking. We're gonna keep track of this and that other
If the
thing.
verdict came right now, it would take us 45 minutes to get it.
I'm only coming first class, Larissa. Yes.
Okay. All right. I did it.
Mandy
I did
needs
it.
a
I
raise.
did it. All right. So,
All right, guys. We'll see you over there.
I portaled everybody.
All right.
We'll head over there now. All
Love
right.
you. Bye.
Love you guys. Bye.